1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more. Oh, I think we have 6. Okay, great. Thanks very much. So good morning, everyone. Just want to call the council meeting of Tuesday, February 25th to order. If I can just call everybody to order. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay, thanks very much. So first, before we begin, we'd like to acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and thank them for having care for these lands. And I think we're all glad we enjoy an excellent working relationship with these 3 host nations. I want to thank the staff, of course. Some are here today, but work very hard every day to make sure Vancouver's the best city in the world. So thanks very much for that. Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova is on an LOA until 1 p.m. Councillor Fry is not in the room. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. And Councillor Kirby-Yung. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much. So we have, as usual, an ambitious agenda today. 3 administrative items, 2 presentations, 1 item of unfinished business, 3 reports, if not adopted on consent, 2 bylaws, 15, yes, that's 15 council members' motions, notice of council members' motions, and new business inquiries and other matters. So in terms of how the day is going to work, we'll start now and go till noon. Then we'll have our break between 12 and 1. We'll be in camera between 1 and 3. And then we'll finish our council business between 3 and 5. We have a dinner break between 5 and 6. And then we convene in a public hearing scheduled for 6 p.m. And as I mentioned to councillors late last week, is that I do think that it's possible that we could finish our public hearing agenda this evening and not extend to next Thursday, and I'll kind of bring that up as we go through. Of course, you have your rights to ask as many questions and things as possible, but there are a very limited number of speakers signed up to for these the hearings this evening, so just wanted to flag that for your attention. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion? Thank you, Councillor Bly. To go in camera, seconder. Councillor Carr, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes. Thank you very much. Minutes 1 are the minutes of council meeting February 11th. Any corrections to the minutes? I have a motion then to accept the minutes. Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Hardwick. Thanks. All in favor? Any opposed? Minutes are accepted. Thank you. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the quarter revision meeting for February 11th. Any corrections? I have a mover for the motion then. Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor Fry. Sorry, Councillor Carr. Wow, that was... I usually get Dominato and DiGenova mixed up, but yeah, that's a new one. That's a new one. So I'm only halfway through my first cup of tea. So, all right. So all in favor of that then? Any opposed? Thanks very much. Minutes 3 of the minutes of the council meeting following the standing committee of policy is, wait a second, standing committee on policy and strategic priorities meeting of February 12th. Any corrections? Nope. We have a mover though, a seconder. Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thank you very much. We're going to consider matters to adopt on consent. So let's see. We have 2 presentations, both accompanying both the reports and 3 additional reports for council's consideration. We may adopt the recommendations and the reports collectively in a single motion. Anybody wish to hold? If you do, put yourself on the list and I'll get to you. Councillor Swanson.
I'd like to hold bylaw 1.
Bylaw 1. Yeah, we're not doing bylaws. That's a little later, so it's...
What are we doing?
Sorry? We'll have 2 presentations, and then the reports are listed in your agenda under reports. There's 3 of them there. We're good?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, right. Anybody have a conflict of interest in any of these? That's right, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't actually intend to hold the reports, but I did want to notify you and Council that I sent questions to staff on reports 2 and 3, and I'm expecting that I will get responses back from staff. I'm happy to share those questions and answers with the rest of Council.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, anything else on these? No. Okay, so can I have someone like to move the adoption of the recommendations for council? Councillor Kirby-Yung, thank you. Seconder. Councillor Hardwick, thanks very much. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thanks so much. So the following have been approved on consent. Maybe the clerk can help me here. We've got the 3 reports have been adopted on consent. Okay, so that's the 2020 Critical One-Time Cultural Grant for the Redgate Arts Society, the local improvement approval of billing rates for projects completed in 2019, and 3, the quarterly capital budget adjustments and closeouts. So those have been adopted. Thanks very much. And now we're moving to presentations. 2 presentations today. The first one is on-street car sharing parking policy, updates to one-way fleets at metered parking. Thanks very much. And we have Chris Darwin here to present.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thanks for coming.
As the Mayor mentioned, my name is Christopher Darwin. I am the Acting Manager of our Parking Management Branch here at the City of Vancouver, and I'm here to present on some updates to on-street car share parking policy related to metered parking. So just for some background on why we've come here today. Back in July 2019, as you may remember, we passed a number of motions related to car sharing, a bunch of them, in fact, that would really grow car sharing throughout the City of Vancouver because we saw their environmental benefits and their benefits to the citizens of Vancouver. One of those particular ones was to allow one-way car sharing vehicles to end their trips in metered parking areas. To do this, though, the car sharing company would have to have an agreement with the city engineer and pay the full cost of metered parking. At that time, we did plan to come back to council in the fall of 2020 to see how that was going. But however, there's been some pretty significant changes in the car sharing world in the last couple months. First of all, the other large one-way car share operator in the city, Car2Go, now it's called ShareNow, announced that it's going to leave all of North America, so not just Vancouver, but all of North America, and that would be happening at the end of this month. If you are a ShareNow user, you've probably noticed there's a lot fewer vehicles on the road with them today. With that loss, we lost about 1,500 one-way car sharing vehicles throughout the city. The other big change is that ride-hailing is now well underway within the City of Vancouver and the rest of the region, and so there's some pretty big changes happening in this transportation market. Car sharing is something the city has long supported through our policies, and it's well received by the citizens of Vancouver. In fact, we're often called the car sharing capital of North America. And the first stat is probably a pretty good indicator of this because we have 34% of Vancouver adults, so roughly a third of our population are car sharing members. So it's something well used by our population. It's often cited by a way for our residents to save money. And it's a proven way to reduce vehicle ownership. This was a study by UC Berkeley focused specifically on Vancouver, and they saw that for every one-way car-sharing vehicle, they reduced 2 to 9 private vehicles on the roadway. In that calculation, it's interesting that 2 of those vehicles are vehicles people who responded to their survey methodology actually said, we got rid of our car. But 7 of them were people who said, I didn't buy a car. It was a foregone purchase for me because I didn't want to have a car because I had the one-way car sharing service. So that does give some risk if you're relying on a one-way car share to support some of your vehicle needs, and that enough so that you wouldn't need that extra vehicle. So that would, if that service isn't there, the risk is that does that private vehicle ownership start to creep up again in response to this? It's also important to note that there are reductions in greenhouse gas and vehicle kilometers traveled associated with car sharing, and that supports our climate emergency Big Moves 2, which affects mode share, and Big Moves 3, which is our vehicle kilometers traveled throughout the city by zero emission vehicles. So we took a look at sort of how the city could respond to this. We did have one-way car sharing provider, Evo. They did take us up, and they started parking at meters throughout the city of Vancouver, and they started that in about, I think it was mid-October, early September. Mid-October, late September, I can't remember the exact date, but they've been doing it for a number of months now. And with that, we got a ton of data on how they're operating out there. We know on their end that the service was quite popular, so this change did improve sort of the viability of their car sharing service, so it made it more appealing. And they've noted to us that their trips have increased 23% between the fall of 2019 and the fall of 2018. We also took a look at how the car sharing vehicles were behaving at meters. And initially, when we passed our first report saying we want to charge the full cost of metered parking, that we were concerned, okay, will we get bunching up in particular areas? Will the vehicle sit in one space for a long period of time? And the way that we avoid that with private vehicles is through the price. But now after it's actually launched and gone out there, we've seen that especially during the peak hours, the average stay of a car sharing vehicle is much less, up to 50% less than the average vehicle parked down the street here. And so you can see in that little graph there, those are the hours throughout the day, and the red bar represents how long an average vehicle, like a private vehicle, would be staying, and the blue bar represents how long a car share vehicle would be staying there. So you can see they're turning over quite quickly. We did note, however, that some of their parking sessions do exceed the posted time limit. So, if there's a 2-hour limit, they might be there for 2.5 hours or things like that. That's something that I think we wanted to continue to work on with them. And so we did note that there are some improvements, but it's doing an overall really good job on the street and how the parking is being managed. I'd also say that there are very few complaints from businesses or commercial areas. This is actually happening, and I think the data speaks to itself there, why those complaints aren't coming in. So our recommended approach, to make sure that we have a strong, sustainable, and healthy car sharing market in the city of Vancouver, given our this big loss of share now, is we could offer up a 35% discount while vehicles are parked at meters within the posted time limit. So as you can sort of see, I was queuing this up before, if that would be 35% for the the first time you're in the time limit, and then if you exceed over, then it switches over to full price, which gives more incentive for a company to actually move their vehicles. Also, in recognition of some of our budgetary pressures that we will be feeling this year and into the future, we did recommend that we'd only have this in place until the end of 2020 and report back at a future date. So there's 2 opportunities that we could do this at. One is through the climate emergency response report, which is planned for this fall, or we could also do it through the budgeting process for 2021. And there will be some financial implications of this, of course, if we're giving a discount. We anticipate to get less revenue from this, so we're still, getting revenue from this use of our street, but we see a reduction in revenue from about $200,000 a year, which would be a reduction of what we would get from it without a discount is probably $900,000 in revenue, reduced to about $700,000 revenue. So this is a new revenue source, but it would be less so than what we would receive otherwise. We feel that we can manage this within the 2020 operating budget through additional revenue or operational savings. And so with that, I'll open up to other questions, or if there's any, move it up speakers.
Thanks very much. You've got a question from Councillor Dominato.
Thanks for the presentation. That's fantastic. I'm just curious, just if you could expand on the net revenue reduction. So you talked about that here in the presentation. I also noted it in the report. And it talked about finding additional revenue or operational savings to address that gap. Can you just articulate what that might look like and what we might see in terms of maybe we've already sort of anticipated this and so we've got the funds set aside, or are we even looking elsewhere to address that $500,000 gap?
So it is pretty early days in the budget. We've just really gone through January with our budget numbers there. So we are anticipating to find other sources throughout the budget, savings throughout the year. It's hard to earmark what that exact one is at this time, but either through staff savings or salary savings or additional revenue through other sources that we typically get.
Well, I presume we'll get some update as we go through when we get an operating budget update in the year around that. Okay. And just further, will this apply to all car sharing companies? Is it sort of in terms of the 35% discount?
So this would be for one-way car sharing. If we went back to last July with the two-way car share vehicles, just by their very model, if you rent one of those vehicles, you're paying for it the entire time you have it. And so at that time, we actually offered free parking at the meters for those two-way car sharing vehicles. And so it wouldn't apply to them. It would just be for the one-way. As of right now, or as of, I guess, the March 1st, there will only be Evo, the only operator in town. But if any other one-way car share operator came and wished to do this, this would be open to everybody.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Thank you. Councillor Harbrook, up to 5 minutes.
Good morning. Interesting project. It begs the obvious question, how did you arrive at 35% discount? Why not 25% or 10 or 15%?
So with that, I think it's we arrived at that sort of we did speak with the operators that were taking Evo in this case here, and trying to find that balance that would be a fair use of our street space, but also make sure that they have a sustainable financial model as well to provide car share services at a reasonable price for their members. So
you ran the numbers, basically, to figure out what was going to work for them. And this will just be in place for 1 year on a trial basis? It's in place for 1 year. That right in the bylaws, you'll see that actually there'll be two bylaws you're passing. One would put the discount in place, and then one would come into effect December 31st, which would take it out. So if we did nothing after this report, which of course we're going to come back, the discount would automatically come out. But at that point, you might consider a new discount at another rate based on your evaluation. That's right. It will be based on our evaluation, as well as the entire city budget, things that we're worried about. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, we see that, and obviously we've doubled the fine for cars that are past the kind of 3 o'clock on Broadway and others. And I'm wondering, have we looked at options instead of towing those to the tow yard, that we just tow them around the corner to a piece of property that isn't metered and charge Evo a certain fee for every car instead of charging them the full ticketed price and towing it to the lot, which could be a pretty large fee for an organization that's trying to do car sharing when it's not really meeting kind of the guidelines of what we want as a city.
I think the first thing we'd like to sort of stress to the car share operators and the drivers themselves is, let's try not get in that situation where we're parking where we can get towed. And I'll be honest, we haven't looked at that situation of going around the corner, but that's something we could discuss with our enforcement group as well as the operators themselves.
Okay, and second, are we looking at increasing the amount of other car sharing opportunities in Vancouver now that car share or Evo or Car2Go is now leaving the market? Are we trying to call up other companies around the world to see if entice them to come and take over the market share? Are we working proactively to kind of fit that gap to ensure that we do have the car sharing numbers that we've consistently had before to be kind of a leader in car share?
Well, I think one thing Evo has already mentioned to us, and they've gone out publicly, is that they're adding 250 more vehicles to their fleet to already try and make up for that shortfall. And we're hoping that they can, with the right economics, they can actually get more out there. There are a few other one-way car share operators in North America. The other big one would be Commune Auto. They're in Montreal based, and we know they've been reaching out to some of Car2Go's old markets. We haven't had contact with them yet, but we're hoping, having this policy, if it is passed, it does send a message to the car sharing world that we are looking for them to come to us.
Okay, and then we had any communications with BIAs and business districts on how the kind of flow of parking has influenced the availability of parking for those customers?
We haven't had any direct contact with the BAAs on it, but that's because the vehicles that we're seeing go in they're actually doing much better than regular vehicles there. So one parking space is actually serving many more vehicles, like twice as many vehicles. And so we'd be open if they had any complaints or anything about us, like these car share vehicles are bunching up. That was part of our rationale for even keeping the full price metered parking at the first time is if there are issues, then we know they're paying full price. There's incentive to move, but those concerns haven't come to fruition.
Thank you for the work. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm just going to follow up on one of the questions Councillor Weave just asked, which is around Evo leaving, and you responded by Car2Go leaving, and Evo's adding 250 cars to their fleet, you noted. How much will that make up for the loss of Car2Go?
So that's about 250 vehicles. There are about 1,500 Car2Go vehicles in the fleet now.
Right.
And so if you ran the numbers on that,
well, that's okay. I can.
I think it's about 16%.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Are we worried at all? Are you worried as staff about the impact that this might have on, the City of Vancouver's leadership, really, in car sharing? 35% of people have a membership, so. What do you anticipate the impact's going to be in terms of the number of people who proceed with car sharing?
So we do know that a car sharing vehicle can only be used so much. Like eventually, it taps out at how efficiently it can be used. Like you can't you can only use it so many trips per day, and so we are concerned about the loss of the total fleet. And with the the potential for people who did rely on the service to say, I'm going to go and purchase a car now because it's not available to me, that's something we're definitely worried about. That's one of the main drivers why staff is coming and recommending a discount, to make sure that we can have a favorable market out there so we can get more expansion.
Okay. I also noted in the report that on page 4, it said that no car sharing company took advantage of the 50% discount on meters for zero emission vehicles. What are the conversations like in terms of the car sharing companies proceeding with zero emission vehicles?
So I think they are the ones we've spoken with, both two-way and one-way, are quite interested in it. Some of their major concerns are about the capital costs of zero emission vehicles being a bit higher right now, but also the amount of on-street and privately available charging equipment. And so really it's going to have to be part of the package, making sure that they have a place to get their electricity, as well as sort of balance what they need to charge to actually make it a viable option for them.
And do we have plans around expanding those plug-in, publicly available plug-in spots to enable more of the, for example, car share companies to reliably move to electric vehicles?
And that's something that we're hoping to bring to council this fall as part of the climate emergency response. There's something particularly related to fleets that will be included in that.
Great. Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
I have a few questions, and I think a couple are sort of philosophical. So I note on page 2 of the report, it goes on and suggests that car sharing supports reduced car ownership. And I wonder if staff are taking the same philosophy now, given that we have a challenge in inventory around ride-hailing, that it also contributes to reduced car ownership.
It is something that we do look at, because both ride-hailing is quite new to the City of Vancouver, And we actually, so we have to scour what other cities have done with it. Our car share, some of our car sharing research is Vancouver specific. And we have seen in other communities that actually with ride sharing, it hasn't played out that way. There's actually been increases in VKT and greenhouse gases related to ride sharing. I'm not saying that's happened in Vancouver yet. It's something we need to make sure we measure and get on top of here. But if we look around the world and where ride hailing has gone out, we haven't seen that actually come to place.
But we do have a void now, because according to my calculations, and the question was asked, car-to-go exiting the market is about 43% of the inventory of the total car shares. And so we have a gap right now. And I guess my question, I'm wondering philosophically, and I am supportive of this report, but I think the question needs to be asked, if we're supporting a private company, why are we giving incentives on car share, for example, and not on ride hailing?
So I guess the incentives that we have for car sharing here, they're still paying for that street space. I think as ride hailing goes out more, of course, you're aware of the pickup and drop off fee that we have in our Metro Core. I think we'll be looking at those two levers, I suppose we have, and to see if we can get the behavior that we're looking for out on our streets to meet our transportation and climate emergency goals.
Okay, and I guess the crux of my question is, are we going to be flexible because we have an interim period of time where we have a gap in the market, and we want to provide people as many options so that they don't revert back to saying, wow, I need that car again, the one that I didn't have to have because I was an active car share member, and there just isn't the inventory yet, even though there's 250 more cars coming on, but...
Well, I think maybe the flexibility you'll see is in the next report coming right after this one related to ride hailing. I think we are making sure that we as a city were enabling that, not just for us, but throughout the region. And so I think that it's open for that. If that switch is going to be happening, we've been open to let that happen.
Okay. And then my other question is, I'm looking at page 3 of the report, and it noted that the costs of paying the full cost for meter parking have been identified as a strain on the organization's business models. How do we know that empirically?
So this is through, I guess, conversations with the company themselves, and they've been willing to share with us sort of these are the strains in our business case.
So it's an honor system. It's a trust based on conversation. They've said this is tough for us.
There is some trust to it, but also if they're that aside, if you looked at sort of how they are parking out on the street, we do note that they're turning over quite quickly, and so even if this wasn't an option, just by the benefits of car sharing alone, I think staff would be coming forward with this.
Okay, I see Mr. McClare might like to add something quickly. I do have one more question after.
Lon LeClaire, General Manager of Engineering Services. EVO has actually been really open with their financial information with us. So they have not been secretive about how much it costs and all of the components that go into the price that they charge per person or per trip or the user fee. So that has been really helpful in us understanding what are their financial pressures in terms of delivering more fleet.
Okay, so council could have some confidence that there's some transparency there.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, and then my other question is just in terms of response to residents, and just I want to make sure I'm interpreting this in the report, because it's one thing I hear while I'm driving a private vehicle and I still need to have that vehicle, I can't abandon it yet. How come they get a discount on meter parking and I don't, or they're going to take up, or businesses' fear is that they're going to take up the spaces, is not going to turn over, but you're saying that the data found the opposite, that they stay shorter periods of time and they turn over those spots and move on.
That's right, and that's something because of all the data that we get as part of it. If that were to change, we would see it, and that would influence any future recommendations.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, and that's it for questions. Thanks for coming in. So we can have somebody move the motion. Thank you. I'm sorry, there's the speaker. Before we get to the motion, and we have, let me get my list here. We have Ty Sylvie. You're from EVO, so
yes.
Thanks very much. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Ty Sylvie. I'm the Vice President of Car Sharing for BCAA. I run the EVO car share business here in Vancouver. First of all, I'd like to suggest that I support the update to the policy and Chris's presentation. Studies show that car sharing achieves many of the objectives that the city has, and Chris alluded to a bunch of them, but related to the reduction of vehicle miles traveled, or the reduction of private vehicle ownership and GHG emissions. BCA has been around in Vancouver and in BC for over 100 years. We serve over 900,000 members in the province, and we've been helping people move around for that entire time. We're very focused on providing services for our members. 5 years ago, BCA launched Evo Car Share in this market with 250 vehicles, and we've grown, as you all know, up to 1,500 vehicles today, and with the announcement of additional 250 vehicles coming next month. What I'd like to stress is that Evo is a local business. We're here for the long term. We have great partners in the city of Vancouver and a number of other partners as well. We're very committed to ensuring that we fill the gap that exists in the market today. And there's been a couple of questions about that around how does 250 vehicles replace the 1,300 to 1,500 vehicles that Car2Go has or used to have. 250 vehicles is our start. In fact, we want to work with the city and others to increase that number, and we have tentative plans to do so this summer. So our objective is to fill that entire gap. Like I said, Evo and BCA are a business that are made for BC from BC, and we want to fill that gap in the market that exists by ShareNow's exit. A couple things there's a few things that drive car sharing. Affordability and convenience are key. We entered into the agreement with the City of Vancouver to allow EVOs to park at metered parking spaces because being able to end a trip close to your destination is critical. Along with that, we also purchase parking spaces in private lots across the city, as you know, also in other areas of Metro Vancouver, such as UBC and so on. Our metered parking expense is probably about a quarter of our overall parking expense, and parking expenses are number 3 on our list of top operating expenses. We'll probably spend about $5 million on parking this year alone. It's a massive part of the business model. Car sharing is a complex and expensive business proposition, but we're very committed to operating a sustainable business going forward, one that we can continue to grow and build in this market and help more and more Vancouverites get around. Thousands of people use Evo every day to move about the city, and we want to make sure that we're here for them for the long term. Affordability is a key component of that. Our members like the freedom and control of having access to a vehicle when they need it, but not having the cost of a private vehicle sitting at home. And keeping car sharing prices affordable is also critical. So affordability and convenience is something that we drive for every day, and ensure that we want to make sure that we continue to make that part of our business model going forward. So I just wanted to make a quick comment of support, and with that, I'll open up to any questions.
Thanks so much. And we've got a bunch here. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for being here and speaking. I just have a couple of questions with respect to the 35% discount. And you just talked about, was it $5 million annually, you said, for parking expenses in terms of your operating budget? Why do you think this is necessary? Is it necessary, the 35% discount? And are you getting that in other jurisdictions? Are you operating? I just don't know your jurisdictions in terms of operations, but I'm kind of looking for that because, as you've heard our staff say, is that essentially it's creating a gap in our budget. So I want to understand the sort of rationale behind it. Sure, and what we're looking for, and Lon mentioned it specifically, we've shared a lot of our operating expenses, the details, the revenue, the way that we make money. Car sharing is a razor-thin margin business, and all of our expenses, every particular one, is super important to narrow down. And parking being such a large one, there's opportunity within the cities that we operate to ensure that we shave off anywhere we can in order to make ourselves have a sustainable business that we can reinvest for our members. So, regarding the 35%, it's a city proposed percentage based on some of the information that we shared with them on where the pressures are in our overall operating expenses. And so do you have that in other jurisdictions? We have, Vancouver is the largest jurisdiction that we operate in today in Metro Vancouver. And we have different parking agreements with different cities, but most of our costs come from parking in the city of Vancouver. Okay.
Thanks very much. That's it for 5. Oh, I'm sorry. It's the public
I thought,
timer.
well, it's rules. I
Forgot to reset the clock.
Public timer, the red light.
It's okay.
More tea, thanks. Sorry about that.
Last question, just around, what I heard you say, though, is that part of this also is around affordability. So you're trying to manage costs so it's affordable for your clients and users. Is that part of it? And we talk about affordability a lot here in the city. Is that part of the motivation in terms of?
Yes. Since we launched, Evo's invested many, many millions of dollars into this market. Eventually, as the business model becomes more and more sustainable and our size grows, we need to operate at a level that is not only sustainable but allows us to reinvest. So if our costs are too high, eventually those costs will have to be passed on to the consumer. So yes, part of the partnerships that we have with the city and others is to make it affordable every day to get into an Evo car share.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Sorry about that. On to Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for providing the service. It's a real source of pride that Vancouver is really a ride-sharing capital here. My question is really about greening the fleet in terms of zero-emission vehicles. So tell me from your point of view what the barriers are and if there's any tools you think the city can, or policies we could pursue that would ease that for you.
Sure. I think Chris kind of alluded to some of the major barriers. I do want to mention that today, Evo CarShare has 1,500 Toyota Priuses, which are really the most fuel-efficient Prius on the market, or fuel-efficient hybrid on the market. So without actually going full zero emission, we're as close as we can get. Certainly, it's our objective, and we know where the world is heading. We want to become a zero-emission fleet provider, and we will. The path between now and then is the obstacles are infrastructure and the overall costs, the incremental costs that EVs provide. So today, costs of EVs are significantly higher than hybrids and internal combustion engines. And so we need to find ways that we can, one, reduce those costs, and two, find the right charging infrastructure. So we want to work with the City of Vancouver and others in order to figure out how we can incentivize the building and securing of charging infrastructure on the streets of Vancouver.
Great. Okay, that's just absolutely confirming what staff just said, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kurbia?
No, my questions have been asked and answered, so in the interest of our busy agenda, I will leave it there.
Thanks. Councillor Harvick?
You mentioned, jumping right in here, you mentioned that you've got 250 more coming on stream in terms of vehicles, and that the margins are razor thin. So why not more? Is it a question of getting investment, or what are the factors that are determining your size as you're increasing the size of the fleet?
Well, I think what I can say is we haven't officially announced more, but in our plans, we are planning to grow more. Our initial announcement of 250 vehicles, it's a tempered announcement because we do need to partner with the partners that we have, municipal governments that we have, and others to ensure that we can grow sustainably. But internally, in our organization within BCA and EVO, we have commitment to continue to expand to support demand.
So my understanding is there's a deficit about 1,300 currently with Car2Go stepping out.
Yeah.
There's a big difference again between 250 and 1,300. Do you have any sense internally, without giving away anything proprietary,
Sure.
What the timeline would be? Is it going to happen in the next year or two, or?
We have the commitment internally to expand if the demand is there. There's no, BCA is a nonprofit organization. We don't have any shareholders that we have to go to. We don't have external funders that we need to approach and sell. We can make the decision internally how quickly we want to expand. And what we do want to do is make sure that we have enough cars on the road to meet demand in this city. That's a cagey way of saying that there's not years of slow expansion. To date, when Evo CarShare launched 5 years ago, ShareNow, Car2Go had about 500, 600 cars in the market. We launched with 250. In that 5 years, we've grown at least 300 cars per year. So even as Car2Go grew, the whole market, we grew with the whole market. So even at our existing growth rate, over the past 5 years, we're adding 300 cars a year. Now that ShareNow has exited, certainly we intend to accelerate that expansion.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thank you, Mr. Sylvie, for being here. As a 3-driver family in one car, we use Evo multiple times a week, so I do appreciate the service that you provide for the city. And so based on that experience, I think it's helpful. I think it's important to underscore convenience and efficiency as part of why, we often take the bus, we take the train, but Evo is about convenience and efficiency. So I was quite interested to hear that we were going to be considering providing on-street parking. So to my question, are there other options that might be more technology-based to manage that 35% rather than a dollar discount? So as demand increases, vehicles are less likely to stay at meters for longer than 30 minutes. So during peak time, for example, so it allows people to jump out of the car, do what they're going to do, and know that it's going to be picked up within 20 or 30 minutes. I noticed the average stay is 38 minutes for a car share car, as opposed to a private vehicle is 73 minutes at a meter. So I'm just curious if that conversation came up, if technology is there to be able to manage it that way rather than a discount.
You're talking about increasing turnover time at meters. Is there ways to incentivize that outside of?
Exactly. Yeah, and some way to flag to the previous driver, your car's not been picked up. Mm-hmm. I don't know, start paying for parking or something. Also to note that there's quite an there's a big incentive within Evo, the $25, what have you, administration fee on top of the parking ticket if you don't deal with the meter. So I'd say people are pretty motivated to pay attention.
Yeah, I guess I can approach the question in a couple different ways. One way to increase turnover and increase the utilization of the entire fleet is to continue to sign up more members. So the more members that you have in a dense area, the more likelihood there's going to be someone available to take the car. And so as we continue to build our membership base, we have 150,000 members today. Our membership continues to grow at an accelerated rate. So as ShareNow has announced they've exited, our daily membership growth is about doubled. So as we increase the membership of our overall platform, then there's just more people there to move the cars quicker. We also have a huge number of operations personnel. So as I mentioned, car sharing is a bit complex and costly. We have a huge back-end infrastructure that takes care of the cars, and part of that is relocating when necessary. So if a car ends at a metered location or somewhere that's undesirable and not efficient or in a good place to be available for the next member, we can and do relocate vehicles from metered spaces into, say, private lots and so on. So there's actually back-end manual ways to speed up those turnover times as well. On the technology side, I guess I don't know of a specific method one that maybe you're referring to. We are going through technology enhancements right now, which will speed up the speed at which a member can connect to a vehicle, and which should overall increase usage and then in turn increase turnover time.
Okay, got it. So one quick follow-up is, do you think it's a deterrent for drivers to use Evo if they have to deal with the parking at the other end?
Absolutely. Convenience is the top driver. In fact, convenience often comes just above affordability when in our research on the top driver of car sharing. And there's two elements of convenience. One is there a vehicle close enough for you to pick up within walking distance within a couple blocks? And two, can you park easily where you're going to? So it's a very critical component.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And sorry, councillors, I forgot to remind you it's 3 minutes for this round, so it's my fault. Councillor Wade?
Yeah, thanks for coming. On access and equity, is there ways that we're looking at having kind of a points card that someone could pay cash for to use it a little bit and not have to use their credit card and the full system? Because some people have trouble getting kind of that credit card for a long period of time. So I'm just wondering if you're looking at other ways of payment.
One thing that we have done is continued to use an RFID card. Some of our competitors in the space have gone all to an application, and we know that not everybody has access necessarily to a smartphone. So providing an RFID card to access a vehicle does increase the population of people that we can serve. With respect to your specific question, we don't have specific plans in place due to technology limitations with our technology vendor, but it's certainly something that we discuss in our building.
And have you been looking at other sources of funding to partner up to have cards that might be at a reduced rate for people that have trouble moving around the city, and it could really change their mobility if we can have reduced? And with Moby Bikes in Vancouver, we've partnered up with a nonprofit to have cards at half the price so that people have an affordability access to something like CardShare, which could really change their mobility. If you're looking at different partnerships to find ways to fund kind of a card for the more vulnerable people in the city.
I think it's a great idea. We do partnerships, for example, with Mobi, Moto, and TransLink in order to increase the seamless movement between different modes. We're doing a pilot right now, for example, with those three players in order as a business-to-business pilot. But it's a good suggestion on the affordability that you mentioned.
What is the timeline, do you think, the pilot to have the one kind of card to utilize?
It's something that, as BCA and EVO are very interested in increasing mobility options, but also just the seamlessness of those mobility options, commonly referred to as mobility as a service. And a lot of different jurisdictions around the world, including Helsinki and other places, are experimenting on different ways to achieve that. Our pilot is a small little pilot with TransLink. It's very micro and niche right now, but we're going to continue to work and expand it to try, right now it's a business-to-business. We're going to move into a business-to-consumer pilot next. So on a timeline, I'm not sure, but we are dedicated to making mobility and transportation seamless in the region.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Thanks. And that's it for questions. Thanks very much for coming in.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
Okay, thank you. Right, so now we can move the motion. Councillor Kirby-Yung, seconded by Councillor Boyle. So list now is open for debate and discussion. I don't see anybody on for debate and discussion, so we'll call the vote. And that's passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Council. Okay, the next presentation is municipal ride hailing. And we're looking for Catherine Holm. And Sarah Hicks.
Hi, good morning. I'm Catherine Holm, Chief License Inspector. It's my pleasure today to introduce our presentation on our proposed intermunicipal business license for ride hailing in Region 1. As you know, this has been a quick and collaborative effort, both within internally within the city and also with our colleagues across the Lower Mainland in Region 1 and with TransLink. I specifically want to acknowledge the efforts over the last month with our transportation team, our legal team, and our licensing team to move this work forward in such a constructive manner. And I specifically want to acknowledge Sarah Hicks, our Deputy Chief License Inspector, who will be presenting today, and Cornelia Sussman, our policy analyst who has led the city's work on the working group. So I'll now turn it over to Sarah for the presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Sarah Hicks. I'm the Deputy Chief License Inspector. We are here today, as Catherine mentioned, to provide you with an overview of the intermunicipal business license for ride hailing that is before you today. This one. There we go. So as a recap, the province brought forth a set of regulations in September of 2019. Those regulations increased the provincial government's role in regulating passenger-directed vehicles, such as taxis, limos, and ride-hailing, while at the same time decreasing the authority municipalities have over these industries. The province now has the sole authority over company fleet size, operating areas, and driver training and standards. For ride-hailing, the province has set regional operating areas, which is different from taxis who are authorized to operate generally within a municipality. For ride-hailing, Vancouver is part of Region 1, which is the Whistler and Lower Mainland areas. Region 1 includes 32 municipalities, including the Tsawwassen First Nation. Per the provincial rules, ride-hailing companies do not have caps for the number of vehicles they can operate under their license, and drivers are required to hold a Class 4 driver's license. Through those new regulations, municipalities retain the authority to issue business licenses and to regulate the use of their streets, for example, through their streets and traffic bylaws. So, as Vancouver expects to be one of the municipalities most heavily impacted by ride-hailing, and in anticipation of ride-hailing companies being licensed by the province through the Provincial Transportation Board, the City of Vancouver enacted bylaws in October of 2019 to establish a business license. As part of that report, in order to manage potential congestion, a congestion and curbside management permit for our Metro Core area was also implemented. The goal for the city was to have a license in place so that the ride-hailing companies could operate without delay once they received their provincial licenses. That license established a fee structure with a company fee plus a per-vehicle fee, along with a requirement for monthly data submissions to be used to monitor the industry. Those bylaws also harmonized our license fees amongst taxis, limos, and ride-hailing companies. At the time, Council had directed staff to work on establishing a region-wide intermunicipal business license for ride-hailing. At this time, taxis are not currently considered for the IMBL, as the Passenger Transportation Board restricts their operating areas, which do not currently align with our partner municipalities related to this IMBL. So IMBLs, or intermunicipal business licenses, aren't new. Cities across the Lower Mainland have already established regulatory frameworks for certain industries, such as various trades and construction companies, to operate across multiple municipalities with a single license. An IMBL will assist ride-hailing companies as they do not need to obtain business licenses in each separate municipality in the partner area, but instead only require one license to operate in all participating municipalities, allowing them easier reach into those municipal areas. Generally, development of an IMBL involving multiple municipalities takes anywhere between 6 months and a year. The municipalities work together to agree upon terms such as license fees, revenue sharing, and license conditions. For ride-hailing, a process of this length carried the risk that a patchwork of municipal licensing schemes would emerge across the Lower Mainland and may have potentially had a negative impact on the rollout of this new industry to the entire region. So in December 12th, 2019, Mayor's Council on Regional Transportation directed TransLink to facilitate a fast-tracked process for Region 1 municipalities to develop an interim IMBL. The aim was to have a set of bylaws agreed to by January 31st. The following week of December 18th, our IMBL working group was established. This group met weekly throughout January and developed a set of bylaws for the IMBL in front of you today. Looking ahead, councils across the 25 participating municipalities in Region 1 will be considering the proposed bylaws in front of you for adoption. Most will be going through this process in February and March with the intent to have an effective date of April 1st of 2020. So the table on this slide shows you the elements of the IMBL as well as how it aligns or differs from the current City of Vancouver license bylaw for ride-hailing. The proposed IMBL establishes that the City of Vancouver will be the licensing authority for the entire region. We're well positioned for this role. Having enacted a license bylaw in October of 2019, we are prepared to issue and administer licenses with the mutual agreed upon terms. Any ride-hailing company looking to operate across Region 1 will need to come to the City of Vancouver in order to obtain the IMBL. Once approved, the operating area for licensed companies will expand from being just Vancouver to including all participating municipalities in Region 1. The base company fee will remain the same. The per standard vehicle fee will increase to $150, though now provides access to all participating municipalities, not just Vancouver. Wheelchair accessible vehicles, they're understood to be more expensive to purchase and maintain than non-accessible vehicles. And municipalities want to encourage their participation in ride-hailing as much as possible. Therefore, a $0 per vehicle fee remains as the proposed. And the discounted fee for zero emissions vehicles, although $30, does maintain a meaningful incentive while acknowledging that these vehicles do have an administrative cost and physical impact on our streets. These fees were agreed to in conjunction with the working group partners and set with the aim of program cost recovery while not being onerous on companies. The costs to a ride-hailing company are similar to license fees paid in other Canadian jurisdictions, such as the City of Calgary. So data submissions will continue to be monthly from the companies, with detailed data expected to be available from the province. The IMBL will regularly require information on the numbers and types of vehicles registered and the total number of pickups and drop-offs in each municipality, which will be used in order to calculate our revenue sharing with our partners. Finally, all participating municipalities will retain the ability to set and enforce other bylaws. The most likely of these is that municipalities will establish the requirement for street and curbside use underneath their streets and traffic bylaws. Overall, there will be no material impact to the public. This should be a seamless administrative transition that does not impact the ongoing operation of licensed ride-hailing companies. As a condition of the Passenger Transportation Board license, ride-hailing companies are required to submit detailed trip data. In efforts to reduce the burden on the ride-hailing companies to duplicate the submission of this data, municipalities expect to access this data through the province through a partnership agreement. The province is developing that partnership agreement, and staff are working with the province to ensure that municipal access to data is sufficient in order to monitor monitoring the industry. The collection of vehicle and trip data is critical for municipalities to understand street impacts such as congestion and to inform the establishment of pickup and drop-off zones, and system-wide impacts such as changes to mode share. For next steps, councils across the region in our partner municipalities will be bringing reports forward with these bylaws over the next month. If the proposed IMBL is approved, staff are prepared to issue licenses to companies that have provincial authority in order to operate in Region 1. Any fees paid to municipal licenses prior to the IMBL coming into effect can be credited against the cost of the IMBL. The licenses will be effective in Region 1 in all participating municipalities that have enacted the bylaw. If any participating municipalities enact bylaws after April 1st, the license will be effective in that municipality as of that enactment date. The IMBL is expected to improve efficiency and reduce cost for companies because rather than purchasing licenses and paying fees in multiple municipalities, they can purchase and pay for one. Staff will continue to monitor the impacts of the industry and the effectiveness of the IMBL, and this information will help inform the ongoing work among the participating municipalities in order to refine and establish a permanent IMBL. As directed by Council in October of 2019, considerations for the permanent IMBL will include a review such as license fee options. Once terms of the permanent IMBL have been determined, staff will return to Council with a report and recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And you have a bunch of questions. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Hi, Ms. Hicks. Thanks for the report. No surprise that I'm going to be supportive because I stood alone on Vancouver going it alone. But my question is a clarification one first, and it's around the congestion and curbside management permit. And I wonder if you can just speak to, I wasn't clear on page 7 when it outlines the differences between what Vancouver had originally suggested and the proposed IMBL, if that still applies, but if that's going to be up to the individual other municipalities or how that piece is working.
So the curbside and congestion management permit for Vancouver will remain the same. Is that each municipality has the authority to set their own curbside and congestion management permit within their jurisdictions.
Okay, so is that fair to say that's the only variance here, but the other components of the IMBL are consistent across municipalities in terms of the fees and the other elements?
Yes, because the IMBL deals specifically with the licensing of the company, the street side is their own separate. So yes, everything else is the same.
Okay, so Vancouver has its mechanisms to deal with congestion still?
We do.
Okay, and then my other question is really around the timeline and the process, and I know that there's a short timeline to implement this by the end of April, and each of the municipalities will be bringing it to their councils. Can you give us a sense at this point if those other councils have scheduled this onto their council agendas, or where we are in the process and what that timeline looks like for adoption?
We understand from our working group that there are scheduled meetings for councils largely throughout the end of February and March. Surrey saw their council last night and approved of the concept bylaws, and the rest we do anticipate going through their hearing process before the end of March.
Okay. And last question, in the unlikely event that some municipalities did not adopt it and said no, is the agreement that it requires a majority or that it will go ahead with the municipalities that decide to take this up?
Those municipalities that may choose not to sign on, we will and can continue with the IMBL as it is set out. For those companies, it'll be active in all those that have been approved.
Okay, so it's not a majority, it's just whoever ends up participating. But we're feeling good about it?
We are.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We are. The working group was very supportive.
Great, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and thanks for all the work that's gone into this. I'm curious, my memory of the numbers that came to us previously in just the Vancouver licenses, that some of the calculation was to try to achieve a kind of break-even cost for the amount of work that had gone into getting there. And so I'm wondering how that's calculated now that this cost is being shared over larger region.
Ride-hailing is a new industry. The full costs of administering across all partner municipalities and impacts of that are yet unknown. The $150 per standard vehicle fee was agreed to with the working group as being a fee that would reasonably cover those costs for year one, and then we would look to review and analyze the impacts and the ongoing benefits of the industry to determine where fees need to be in the future.
So was our previous cost, though, covering or attempting to break even on some of the work that had gone into, like, leading up to the license going into place? And I guess, are we not, is that not part of the calculation now?
So Vancouver will continue to collect of the fees, or of the revenue collected. We will take the first cut to also account for our one-time costs in setting up the program and in our ongoing operating costs as the regional administrator. Any remaining revenue will be shared proportionally with other municipalities based on the proportion of pickup and drop-off activity happening. So we expect with the current fee structure, we will be able to recover what our projected costs are. If we see the uptake that we're assuming will be in place. And then, as Sarah said, we will revisit the fee structure in the future to see if there's opportunities to adjust.
Okay, and do we have a sense of how much less revenue this model will bring in for Vancouver than we were previously projecting before the intermunicipal model?
Well, it's highly dependent on how much business activity actually happens. How many actual vehicles are operating in the city and are registered with as part of their license. So we don't know necessarily the uptake. So that's to be determined. But our best estimates is that there will be sufficient vehicles registered and fees collected to recover our costs.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can I just chime in? There's two things happening here. I think just want to make sure we're clear on. When we brought this in, we reduced the taxi fees, you might recall. And so there was a loss of revenue through that through that reduction. And we're not, depending on how many cars come out, we're likely not going to make up that lost revenue because of the lower taxi fees and trying to create a level playing field here. This program, as it's being proposed, will pay for itself, but there will likely still be a loss due to unless there's a ton of cars, but chances are for the first few years that won't be the case. So overall, we will be making less, bringing less revenue through our engagement in taxis and ride-hailing, but this part of the program will pay for itself. The taxi part will see a loss of revenue. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
And lastly, I'm just wondering.
Wait, we're at the 3.
Okay, I'll email a question. It's not.
Thanks very much, Councillor D'Amato.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks.
It is
for the
5.
update.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got it all mixed up today. It is 5, so you have 2 more minutes left. Sorry, Councillor. I hope I didn't ruin your rhythm there.
That's okay. I have kids. I'm used to my rhythm being ruined. Can you give us a sense of the conversation that happened in the intermunicipal working group as to why the costs that we had previously set just for Vancouver would be the same, given like why the fees didn't go up a bit, considering how much larger the area that the license is covering now, and considering we heard that this increase in efficiency is beneficial to the company, why those costs stayed the same?
Certainly. Part of the October council report in terms of license fee dollar value was based on us receiving and administrating a large amount of data on behalf of the companies. With that, there's a large intake on staff for technology and staffing to be able to analyze that. Now receiving the provincial data and working through the partnership agreement and being able to do that, the dollar value received is able to be put towards the municipal, each partner municipality administering their on-the-ground impacts and reviews. It's also set in a way so that the fees, when compared to other similar jurisdictions, such as Calgary, total costs taken into account aren't going to be far beyond the licensing fee collected in other jurisdictions. So it's a similar company impact across the jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Councillor D'Amato, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the update. A couple of quick questions, just on the revenue sharing formula that's referenced in the report. Has that been agreed to by across the municipalities? I'm not saying the councils, because I know some of them haven't ratified this, but at the staff level, has that?
It has. The working group agreed to the revenue sharing model.
Okay, and so that'll be something. You said number of pickups and drop-offs. There'll be some sort of rate attached to those, or?
Yeah. So the total fee revenue collected, the City of Vancouver will first maintain its costs of administration, and then the rest of the revenue will be shared based on the percentage of pickup and drop-offs in each municipality.
Okay. And then just with respect to the administration costs of taking this on as a city, was there any conversation around other municipalities sharing in that cost? Because I see that we've allocated funding through fees and others to cover the cost of staffing. Was that part of the conversation? Are they pitching in, or is it just Vancouver that's carrying those costs?
At this term, it was a very quick process in order to establish this, and because Vancouver is already set up in terms of being able to administer the license fee and structure, we are taking the administration at this point in time, and then as the program evolves, other opportunities will be discussed with those municipalities.
that might be part of those ongoing conversations, is cost sharing. Okay. And then just around a little bit off, it's on topic, but I'm just curious, with the data sharing that exists between the province and the companies and the city, what kind of data sharing do we have in terms of the other municipalities? And I ask it in the context of sexual assaults and harassment that might occur. So is there any provisions if people are reporting? I assume they're going to report to police, but if they're reporting to their municipality in some way, do we have some way to ensure that we're sharing information in that vein? And I can't recall how that's regulated in terms of the screening of drivers and so.
Sure. So the regulation in terms of screening of drivers is fully held at the provincial level in terms of requirements for police records checks. The example used for sexual assaults, absolutely that should be going to the police, and the police would be working with the province in terms of those drivers on board. Information shared amongst municipalities, would have to maintain appropriate confidentiality. However, we have worked together to establish a shared or agreed upon enforcement protocol to ensure that we're working together and sharing appropriate knowledge about impacts and concerns with companies or the industry so that we can address those with the companies as well as addressing them with the province.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the great report. I just wanted to clarify first a response that you gave to Councillor Kirby-Yung that had to do with municipalities and the vote on the intermunicipal or regional licensing. So my understanding from the report is that it takes a 2/3 vote of the municipalities within a region to pass this license. Is that correct?
Sorry. I believe that is that related to this council's decision?
This council's decision. It's not to all of the municipalities. Sorry. So page 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs from the bottom. Okay, so that's just the 2/3 majority vote. Is that just the working group members? That's not to do with moving forward? Is that?
Hi, Cornelia Sussman, Policy Analyst in Licensing. The figure you're referring to there, the 2/3 vote was how the voting was done among the working group members in order to arrive at the terms for the bylaw that we're presenting.
Okay,
it's not connected.
Okay, and it has nothing to do with the vote moving forward. So moving forward, every municipality within Region 1 will vote on this, whether they're going to accept ride-hailing in their area?
There's an appendix which identifies the 25 municipalities that have agreed to bring forward this report for a vote.
Okay, and are there any others that did not?
There are 7 that did not, and that includes Tsawwassen First Nation.
Okay, and what will happen to the ride-hailing cars? They just won't go into those municipalities? Is that?
Yeah, I'll let Sarah answer that.
In jurisdictions that either have chosen not to move forward with the IMBL report and bylaws that are in front of you, or those that don't pass this particular report, companies are still eligible to operate in those areas. They'll have to have a conversation with those municipalities about how licensing would go for them. Municipalities could choose not to license and allow the operations, or could choose to enact their own form of licensing, particular to their municipality, and continue to move forward.
Okay, I understand that process now. Thank you. Good clarification. My second point of inquiry really is around the impact of ride-hailing fleets on greenhouse gas emissions, on congestion. And I do have a motion coming forward as a member motion later today, appealing to the provincial government through the UBCM to pass legislation to green ride-hailing fleets. Obviously, California's already doing this. There's a report in the United States that says that the congestion is quite considerable. I think we're talking about something like 160% increase in driving on the streets where ride-hailing is, and 5.7 billion miles of annual driving in some of the major metro areas. So do we have to appeal to the province as far as you know? There's no way we can control the size of fleets or make them be, for example, electric vehicles or anything like that. Is that correct?
Correct. The province has the sole authority in terms of setting fleet standards. We no longer have the ability to regulate the fleet type or fleet size.
Okay. And is it within the interests of the City of Vancouver, given our climate emergency and bold goals around it, is it in our interest to see if ride-hailing is coming here, the fleets be as green as possible and somehow congestion be mitigated?
I'd like to speak to that if I could.
Yeah.
Yes, it is in our interests, most certainly, and I think from our GHG targets, like the taxi industry's done a really good job moving to hybrids, and as we look at car share ride-hailing fleets across the globe, generally they're old, many of them are older vehicles, and we won't see the same kind of environmental benefits. And so this is definitely a very significant concern for us in achieving our GHG targets, is the fact that these fleets are coming in largely, they're not going to be electric and hybrid. Some of them will be older vehicles. It's harder to regulate that type of vehicle than it was with the taxi industry. So that's a big risk for us.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thanks very much. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I was also concerned about the increased traffic. I was just looking at an article in the Wall Street Journal saying all the places in the States where they have ride-hailing, that traffic congestion and pollution has increased. You're saying that we don't have any jurisdiction over saying no to it. Do we have a plan to use the data that we're accumulating to see if we can push for a system that works in terms of not promoting congestion and pollution?
Yeah. Hello, Chris Darwin here again from Parking Management. When we came in October, at that time we identified we called our curbside and congestion management permit, and so this is a pickup drop-off. Will end up being a pickup drop-off fee on our city streets, and the intent of that is to be our management tool. If we're seeing that same level of congestion and extra greenhouse gases coming onto Vancouver streets.
Then we could just up the congestion fee?
It would be at the will of council, yes, but that's what we could do.
Okay, good. Has there been any progress on asking the province to consider designating the ride-hailing drivers as employees and not contractors?
I apologize. Unfortunately, I'm unaware of the movement on that. It isn't a jurisdiction that we have the authority to regulate. That is within the control of the province.
Yeah, we passed a motion to that effect a while back, a few months ago. I was just wondering if the province has said anything about it.
Yeah, if I can jump in through the mayor here. It's my understanding that there's been no movement on that at all.
Okay.
And I wouldn't expect that there would be.
Okay, and one last question is, it's who gets access to the ride-hailing data that is going to be collected? Is it just municipalities, or could universities get it? Could the Canadian Centre on Policy Alternatives get it?
Our understanding is that there will be some data that is publicly released that all will have access through the provincial open data site. And that those looking to receive more detailed data will need to have conversations with the province in terms of looking at information sharing agreements or partnership agreements.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thank you. Seeing no further councillors on the queue, I'm prepared to move the motion and speak to it.
We have a seconder. Second. Thank you, Councillor Carr. So I'll move us over to main queue for... you put yourself on there, Councillor Kirby-Yung. You can go for the first 5 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. I'm really happy to see this brought forward. I was very clear in not supporting on October 2nd, I think it was, when council received the recommendation from staff to move forward with, on its own, with a Vancouver-specific business licensing approach, because I was fearful that we were going to see a patchwork of regulations roll out across the different municipalities, and we did. And we saw feedback from the province that suggested they might intercede because of that patchwork that was developing. So I'm really happy to see this intermunicipal approach. I have, I think, high optimism that the majority of those municipalities, as evidenced by the working group, are going to sign on. And that's going to result in more seamless service and address some of the key issues that we have, such as getting people across boundaries, particularly at challenging times. And I think of things like the Granville Entertainment District, when we don't have transit service late at night, and even though we had advocated to TransLink for that, we weren't able to run those trains later on. And those issues when people need to get home and they need to cross over boundaries because they live and work in different municipalities, and that's just how people move. So I think this is the right approach. I'm happy to see it coming forward. I will also say that I appreciate the fact that Vancouver is retaining the congestion and curbside management component, because I do think that's important in terms of managing emissions and looking to support that. It's very timely that this report is on our agenda immediately following the one about car share, because we have a void right now in the market. And I would love to see everybody walking and taking transit. Unfortunately, we don't have sufficient transit yet. And this does provide a mechanism for people. And I did appreciate hearing earlier from Evo about scaling up on the cars, but it's challenging to run and that these businesses, and especially when we have sort of new technologies that are emerging. And so I think we need to provide choice for people. So to me, this is smarter municipal approach to do this. This is the type of thing where we should be collaborating and working together with municipalities, because these issues are not specific to one region, and I hope to see more of this moving forward. And for that reason, I support the intermunicipal business license. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'll vote for the motion because the province hasn't given us any choice, and I think the city has done as much as it can with the congestion tax to try and keep tabs on this, and we'll hopefully, with this process, we'll be able to get the data that will help us argue for changes if we need them. But I am really worried about increased pollution and increased congestion and and taking the pressure off us for increasing bus service, which we desperately need to do. And I'm also worried about undermining the wages of cab drivers. So I hope we can keep our eyes on those and use the data to make sure that more and more people get a living wage and that we keep the pollution and the congestion down.
Thanks. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, I will be supportive. I do think that with a regional approach, it will help kind of increase the access, and that has been an issue where businesses in Vancouver have not been able to send customers different municipalities or find ways to get people home. So I do think that this is good for safety and for increased access. The one thing is obviously greening the fleet, which we talked about, and accessibility. Hopefully with this municipal license, we can kind of create a municipal training program. It is the number one issue brought forward by the Person with Disability Advisory Committee, is having a training program that we currently have for the taxi industry, and I think that's something that we need to have for all ride-hailing. And also looking at the options for accessible vehicles, something we'll be talking about a little bit more this afternoon, is really having options where someone with a disability has the same access to rent a limo and enjoy Grad with their friends. And I think we need to find ways to ensure that this industry is ensuring it meets all the needs for all the Vancouverites and everyone around the region. So I think there's work to do. I think that because we're one of the last to enact ride-hailing, we had an opportunity to do more work to lead up to ensure that those were being dealt with. And I think that we still have more work to do to ensure that everyone feels like this is equitable and accessible and that they feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. You know, I think that the rollout of the transportation network services has been clumsy at best, and I think that we see all these gaps, as Councillor Weeb alluded, accessible vehicles, emissions. What are the impacts on congestion for our city? But I really want to thank the team. I think you guys have taken a bad situation and done the absolute best with this situation. And I do appreciate that by coming out of the gate with a strong, focused approach to how we're going to license and regulate these vehicles in our city, you've actually pushed the other cities towards this intergovernmental regulatory approach, and I really appreciate that you guys have done a fantastic job on this file. I'd really like to see some better movement with the province, but that's not on you. That's on our work to moving forward. And thanks very much. I will be supporting this motion somewhat reluctantly, but I want to thank the team once again. Good job.
Thank you. Councillor Carr?
Thank you. Well, I should just say ditto to Councillor Fry's comments. I have a lot of trepidation around the impact that the ride-hailing fleets could have in terms of our city, the quality of life here, issues around congestion, our ability to meet our goals in terms of reducing greenhouse gas emissions and face the climate emergency that we have. Everywhere that I've read information in cities that have ride-hailing fleets, congestion has worsened, and the numbers of vehicles on the road has increased and the mileage done, and the vehicles, there's no regulation around whether they're green or not, which is why I am putting a motion forward to the LMLGA and Lower Mainland Local Government Organization and the UBCM to ask the province to step in, because they have, as you've said, the sole authority around regulating the fleets. So I'm hopeful that that will move forward and move forward through the whole of the provincial body of UBCM. I just want to take a moment also to not only thank you as staff for, as Councillor Fry said, taking a challenging situation and doing the absolute best anyone could have expected of staff in this regard, and leadership within our region. I want to thank, though, also the taxi industry in this city, because they have collaborated and worked with this city when we did have the authority to regulate the kind of fleet in terms of accessibility and training up their employees, their drivers in that, and making enough accessible vehicles available, and also in terms of greening their fleet with hybrid vehicles. And they have, and a lot of people out there know that they wanted to increase the size of their fleets, and they appealed to the provincial government to do that, and they got turned down in terms of licenses. So when people complain there aren't enough taxis, it was not the taxi cab industry that was at fault for that. It really was the province that limited the number of licenses that they gave out over a long period of time. So anyway, thank you for the work that you've done, and kind of like the rest, with some trepidation, I will be supporting.
Thanks very much. I just want to cede the chair for a minute to Deputy Mayor Councillor Dominato. Right, and I'll start the timer for myself. Just wanted to really thank staff for all the work on this file. I think you really went above and beyond. I think starting early with our own ride-hailing regime, setting up the mechanism and the relationships that were needed to make this work, and then even despite the fact that there was some regional opposition to this, and then that led the way for the discussions at TransLink Mayor's Council, which were quite difficult at times. But I really felt through the conversations that because they had confidence in the team here, that they were able to overcome their local difficulties. So I really think that the work that you did led to the success that we have. I think that if you hadn't done the work that you had, we wouldn't have ride-hailing, and we'd have this patchwork, and either the province would have uploaded all the powers or it wouldn't be in place. So I just wanted to thank you for all that work. It's certainly noticed. Very, very glad to hear that Surrey has passed on their council ride-hailing. I do think there was, again, the work that we've been doing here, the discussions we had at TransLink Mayor's Council, I think gave those municipalities that were a little reluctant, like Surrey and Burnaby, I think the confidence to move forward with this. I also think council agreeing to share licensing, distribute the revenue that we pick up from that regionally was also a big way towards bringing on board everybody else. So, so this is moving ahead. The public wants it. They've got it, and it does seem like although it was a slow start from the province, if you've ridden around in any of these, I think I was in the very first Lyft car just by fluke that had the very first Lyft ride. I just landed in it the other day, so the driver seemed quite happy what was happening, and we had a good discussion on how things are rolling out. Many former taxi drivers now in these vehicles and happy with what's happening there. So thanks. We'll continue to monitor this, but again, want to just point out the great work of staff, and I think council's leadership on this is very welcome. So thank you, and thank you for the floor, Deputy Mayor Dominato. All right. So if there's nobody else on the list, we can call for a vote on this one. Councillor Carr. Oh, you've got a... Oh, no problem. That's right. Passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Council. Okay, so we're at 11 o'clock, and we're on to unfinished business. We have one item of unfinished business today, and that is going to be moved and introduced by Councillor Dominato. And just to be clear, Clerk, is this the 2-minute, 1-minute round thing, or it is? Okay, so Councillor Dominato, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce your item versus renaming consideration, and then councillors will have up to a minute to ask questions when you're finished. So if I put you on the list here, and please go ahead, up to 2 minutes.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and I'll just be very brief, but I am the liaison to the current LGBTQ2+ committee, and I'm bringing this resolution on behalf of the committee. They were deliberating on when this committee was actually formed in 2013-2014, roughly, by previous council. It was established with the 2 without the S. The committee felt very strongly to reflect our Indigenous communities that the 2S should be part of the name. Procedurally understood it had to come to council for that change. And as part of the committee's recent deliberations on this matter, they also came to the conclusion that they felt strongly about moving the 2S to the front and in recognition of being a city of reconciliation. And so they really wanted that reflected. And so I am bringing that forward. They have met several times on this matter and passed a resolution at the committee, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks. Anybody have any questions? And I'll just leave your mic on. Wait, Councillor Weeb, just 1 second. Go ahead, up to a minute.
Yeah, as someone that sat on the Person with Disability or the Transgender Variant Two-Spirited Committee, as well as the LGBTQ+ committee are sitting on currently, there was an action plan created. I'm just wondering if this was one of the recommendations in the 84-page action plan that was done with huge consultation with a lot of the groups around the city.
Yes. And so I don't know that. The committee chairs might know that, and I know they aren't able to be here. One of them did try to sign up to speak, but was told that she missed the deadline. So I can't answer that, whether it was part of that action plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Bly, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I just had a couple of questions. One regards to, was it discussed to add the S into the existing name, LGBTQ2S+, as we see elsewhere? Was that on the table for discussion? I wonder what the comments were.
Yes, it is my understanding that they started with that. That was the actually initial conversation, was they wanted to address that was missing. It wasn't that it was a typo. It was actually never constituted that way by the city 10 years ago. And then subsequent to that, they furthered that conversation and felt that they wanted to acknowledge reconciliation and move the 2S to the front, which is happening in a number of jurisdictions. Ottawa Pride has just undertaken this. And so that sort of evolved. The conversation evolved.
Great. I'm just curious if further consultation with the community that the committee of 15 people represents was considered before bringing this to council.
Yeah, so my understanding is that the committee wasn't taking this into a broader consultation in the city at this time, and they're not looking to undertake renaming of other aspects. This is simply for the advisory committee itself.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby.
Hi, Councillor Dominato. Thanks. Do you see this as sort of self-determination of the committee of how they wish to be referred to themselves for their working kind of commitment for the duration of their their contribution?
Yes, I would say so. They've had a number of conversations on this subject, and they felt that this was the right move. And again, just for the committee itself, they're not representing Pride, for example, and other organizations in the city in that regard. So it's just for the committee itself.
And then a quick follow-up: is this something that was supported generally by the majority of the committee? I know there's a lot of diverse viewpoints in most of our committees, and I'm sure this is no different. But is this something that was supported by the majority of members?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Dominato, I'm curious, did we get a letter from the advisory committee on this matter? I haven't seen anything, and
So there are minutes with respect to the resolution that was passed, which are on the city website. And the co-chairs have also written, well, they sent the emails to me, and I'm happy to read those out on the record or share them with you.
Okay, and what was the mix? Unscientifically, I've asked people in the community what they think of this kind of name, and it's kind of a new concept to them, and not something that they identify with, which is not a judgment on either side, but I'm just wondering what was the tenor of support at the committee for this? Was it unanimous across the committee, or is it?
Well, I'll try to speak for the co-chairs because they're not here to speak to it. My understanding is that ultimately it passed. I think there was one abstention in the last vote that they had on this. Certainly there's diverse perspectives, and I've talked to a number of different people who, some people prefer the current LGBTQ2S+. A number of people feel that their letters are not represented, including my stepdaughter, I would say, is not represented in that. And so there is different perspectives on that. The committee, though, being a city committee, felt it was important to reflect the two-spirited community and to have that move to the front. So there's different perspectives for sure.
Okay, thanks.
All right, that's it for questions. So would somebody like to second the motion? See Councillor Hardwick there. Oh, sorry. Very dramatic. And so I'll put us on a queue for debate and decision. Anybody like to speak to this? Councillor Boyle.
Yeah, I'll just say that I have wrestled with this, but will be supporting it. I think the point about the committee getting to choose their name and it being about their self-identification is valuable, and I appreciate having heard a bit more about the evolution of these terms over time, and that the term we've currently gotten used to is one part of that ongoing evolution, and that it leads to important conversation. So just to say, I have heard from many folks on this, and I know it will continue to be an important discussion in how the name represents the community, and happy to take the committee's lead on their name change for now.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I have wrestled with this one as a member of the LGBTQ2S+ community, and as someone on council, I didn't feel consulted in this, so it's really actually had me feel a little bit concerned around what that's going to look like in the community. However, I do appreciate that, you know, this is how change happens, and that's not always a bad thing. But I do think it's about how we engage with the people of the city, and the reality is this committee in itself represents a very broad group of people. My letter perhaps is not reflected in there either. So, you know, like, this is a very dynamic conversation, and I think that it need not be something that is divisive and sort of has people have to go into different various camps. I think we know that LGBTQ2S+ is a global identity. It's not specific to Vancouver. People all over the world who, some no longer belong to their families, find home under that identity, that name. So I really take that quite seriously in a name change. All that being said, we are a city of reconciliation, and so I also appreciate that you know, this may be a priority of this committee. I just wish we had taken some time to consult with folks. Certainly as a member of the sub-nominations committee, I wish that had been part of the conversation as well. It's a committee that works very cross-partisan and well together, so I think we would have been really open. And we have actually, at that level, mandated name changes last year. Yet this one, so I think this bubbles up a few different questions I have around how arm's length are these committees from council. We need to ratify name changes, but other decisions that committees make, we don't ratify here in council. So I find all that interesting. And then at the end of the day, I'm a pretty pragmatic person. I appreciate the S was not included in the initial name when this committee was established, so I absolutely think that S should be brought back in immediately, and then further consultation should happen. So I may abstain because I'm not for or against. I certainly have a position, as you can probably tell, on the process of this particular motion coming forward, and we'll vote accordingly. But support all of the work that the committee does, of course, and their advocacy work, and it's important to have these conversations in the public and consult with communities as we go through these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I too have struggled with this, and really it's because of the different opinions that have come forward. We've all, as council, received emails from some who support this change and some who don't support this change, and it's the same with conversations out there in the community. So I was on council when they. 2 was added, but not the S, and struggled with that one as well, but it came from the committee. So I appreciate Councillor Dominato speaking clearly about the fact that this was, in the end, a vote that was in the majority of the committee, and I have to respect that. I value very much the role of committees that are advisory to us as council. So I will be supporting this, and I very much appreciate the words by Councillor Bly, and I too would support continued talking within the community at large about this. So thank you for those words, and thank you for your work in representing the committee here, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to speak in support of the motion, and I think the key thing for me is that it came forward from the committee themselves, and that's the genesis of it. And these are volunteers who represent great diversity in the community and very freely and graciously share their lived experience. And I do think it's an area that is evolving. I think we have different moments in time as we continue to learn more and get better at expressing all of those different voices. And so to me, I think that this is a positive that the committees are doing exactly what we're asking them to do, which is bringing their voices in and suggesting what is important to their community. If we were discussing a broader policy piece around this diverse and rich community, then absolutely, I think that a level of sort of outbound, more broad community consultation would be relevant, important, and necessary. But in this case, it's really around this committee feeling comfortable that they are able to conduct their work in a premise that honors and reflects who they are, and also the fact that we're a city of reconciliation. So for that reason, I'm happy to support it, and I thank Councillor Dominato for supporting the committee and bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weep.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and I think the advisory committee plays such a key role, and I really wish that a member from the advisory committee was really here to speak on behalf of this, to hear from them, be able to ask questions of this process. Also, I looked and we didn't get a letter. I looked to look at the minutes. The minutes aren't posted yet, and so we don't actually have posted minutes from this meeting online. And so for me, I don't have any validation of what's happening from the committee, and someone that sat on this committee and understand and been involved in the Transgender, Variant, and Two-Spirit Inclusion City of Vancouver Action Plan, which is an amazing document with so many things, and I think the City of Vancouver is leading the way in a lot of the work and the recommendations that we move forward, as well as the Building a Path for Parks and All, which was another amazing document at Park Board. So I've been involved in a lot of this work, and for me, it's been really nice to, 1, see the minutes, 2, get a letter from the advisory committee, 3, be a part of it, a non-com, 4, have someone here to speak. So I'm struggling because I think we need to support a lot of the recommendations from the committee, and I'm not sure this is the main ask of this committee because there's so much work for us to do to make this a city for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, it would be nice if there was more time for consultation. I agree, and I've been emailing back and forth with some folks about that, but I'm touched kind of by the idea of the committee wanting to put Two-Spirited at the beginning and to kind of prioritize reconciliation. That seems really nice to me. And it's not anybody else's name that they're talking about. It's just their name, their committee's name. So I think I can go along with this.
Thanks, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Am I the last speaker? Because I'll just close out on the motion if that's, yes. Just a couple of reflections is just to correct the record is that the minutes are currently available on our city website and were circulated to mayor and council previously. So I'm just going to note that just to be correct on that. And it is fair that no, the chairs are not here to speak to it. One of them is working today. The other tried to sign up and wasn't able to. And so it is very unfortunate. So I'm going to just take my few minutes to read their comments that they did send by email last night. The initial reasoning for the motion is that we found that the S had been left off of our subcommittee name. Once we began discussion of this, it became apparent that using the lens of reconciliation meant we should change the order of the lettering to center our committee name on those Indigenous Two-Spirit members of our community who feel they need to be lifted up. Historically, the LGBTQ acronym was a GLB acronym, but our community decided to move the L to the front to center lesbian women. So there is a history of this type of revision within the acronym. A number of organizations are pondering this change, as are several high-profile queer organizations nationally. And I'll just paraphrase from the other piece of correspondence, is that there are a number of organizations already who are moving in this direction and have adopted the 2S at the front. And the committee, again, I'm bringing this on behalf of the committee, they felt very strongly that they were appointed to this committee to represent the city and organizations and bring their lived experience. And so it was really with that and through their conversation, and they moved a resolution which was voted on, and then they had a further discussion around this. So I just want to reflect that. This is I'm not bringing this forward on my own personal. I didn't have this as a motion I was bringing forward, but I am bringing it on behalf of the committee. And so I just wanted to reflect that. And so I apologize that perhaps the information wasn't presented earlier in terms of the correspondence I received late last night from the co-chairs who couldn't be here, as well as perhaps we could look at the process in future around things like this. So I will acknowledge that, and I appreciate Councillor Bly's comments in that regard as well. But I'd just like to reflect those comments.
Thank you. So we can call a vote on this one? And that has passed with no one in opposition. Thanks, Council. Okay, so we didn't have any reports held. So we're on to bylaws. I think we're right. Bylaws, yeah. So we have two bylaws on the agenda for consideration. All council members are present and can vote on the enactment. Councillor Swanson said you wish to hold bylaw number 1. So I guess we'll just vote on both of them separately. Is that right? Or we to vote on bylaw 2 first? Okay. So Councillor Swanson, did you want to talk to bylaw 1? Just put yourself on the list here. You just want to vote against it. Okay. Thanks. Okay, so I can call a vote on bylaw 1 then. But I need somebody to move it. So I have a mover. Mover for bylaw 1. Point of order. Yes, Councillor Bly.
I'm just asking for a moment to make sure this is, sorry, I'm conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest. Okay, great. And I didn't call for that yet, so I should have. Right. So if anybody else has a conflict of interest on bylaw 1, please let me know. But thanks for jumping in there, Councillor Bly. So somebody like to move this motion? Yes, Councillor Boyle, seconder. Councillor Wiebe, thank you. Okay, so we can call a vote. I don't see anybody who wants to debate or discuss it. Sure, we could just, sure. Vote on screen for bylaw 1. And that's passed with Councillor Hardwick and Swanson in opposition. Move on to bylaw 2. Any conflict on bylaw 2? Nope. Somebody like to move it? Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Boyle. Any debate? Don't see any. Okay, so we'll call a vote just by show of hands. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thanks very much. No administrative motions, Council. So now we're on to Council members' motions. Okay. Right. So motion 1 is request for leave of absence. Councillor Dejanova for civic business this morning from 9:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Somebody like to move this one? Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Wiebe, second. All in favor? Any opposed? That's fine. Thanks very much. We're going to move on to motion 2, and Councillor Dominato will need you to take the chair while I do my 2 minutes of introduction. I can just do or maybe the clerk can do the timer.
Yes, go ahead.
Right. So I have discussed this motion with most of you in caucuses, but my thought was that it would be good to establish an early upper limit to the property tax increase. It did generate quite a lot of discussion and controversy when we passed it. So my suggestion, just from reading kind of the mood of council during the last round of debates, 5% would be a target that most of us could agree to, hopefully. That's what I was kind of aiming for, was to get more agreement on what we might see as a property tax increase next time around. It also helps to focus us and staff on, we had a lot of motions come forward last year that were quite expensive. And so maybe it'll just tuck this in the back of our mind that 5% is what we're shooting for. It doesn't mean that it has to disrupt council priorities, and does provide direction as we work through our workshops and discussions through the year. But that's why I was hoping that folks would support this, so early on people would know, and also citizens would know, those who are paying property taxes would know what to expect come December when we make our decision on the budget. So that's all I really have to say on this one. And this will be tricky. Okay, I'll try to work the queue here. Perhaps the clerks can help as I answer questions. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I'm wondering why the change of heart, because you advocated quite strongly for a higher tax increase. That's the first question.
Sure. Well, when budgets come out, I like to support staff, and so I have each year said that I support the staff's initial recommendations, but then listen to council debates and make my final vote accordingly. So in this case, however, I think going through 2 years of this, that an early cap is important.
Okay, and why, I guess the other question is, what do you envision would likely be able to be included in a 5% or less increase, and what would not?
What would be up for debate? Well, I mean, everything was up for debate last budget debate. I think everything would be up for debate this time around. So we'll have to review priorities. In the end, it's about a $16 million change from a 7% to a 5% would be about a $16 million change out of a $1.8 billion budget. It's not a huge amount, but it does help focus our attention.
Okay, that's my minute. I wish I had longer, but thank you.
Okay, thanks. Go on to Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I have 3 questions. I'm just going to state them all. Does this target mean that we could land on something higher or lower than 5% is first question. Second, how much of the 2020 budget increase was due to inflationary measures. I've heard it was 4.5%, so just curious about that. And third, could this limit the large priorities of council, especially around climate action and housing?
Yeah, in terms of the first question, there is always a final vote in December. So, you know, I'm one vote among many. I was just hoping that this would kind of narrow the range of our debate and get people to really think about new motions that are coming forward, since we had so many in the last, you know, first round, I think over 200. In terms of the inflation, I can't tell you. I know it's at least 2%. It may be more because, you know, because of mainly cost of labor increasing. That's the main driver. And I can't remember the third one. Sorry.
Could this affect our ability to move forward on the big priorities like climate change and housing?
That's really up to us. I mean, it's up to us as we debate through the year and in the final what we decide is our priorities. Again, it would be, if we went to 7% again, it would be an extra $16 million. If we go to 5%, we would just have to deal with $16 million less out of a $1.8 billion operating budget. So I don't see a huge amount of constraint, but it does help just steer the boat slightly in one direction.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Dominato?
Oh, I think I'm... I might be supposed to be chairing.
That's right. Oh, wow, this is really weird, too.
I did want to follow up just with respect to the motion in terms of the rationale for bringing this forward now, in particular, given the conversation that we had only a couple of months ago, and Council moved a number of amendments proposing we look at far less than what was on the table of 8.2%, and that wasn't supported by the majority council, including yourself. And so I'm just curious about the rationale for bringing that forward now when we had an opportunity to be doing this in December.
Yeah, doing this now also provides direction to staff. So when they come with their initial budgets in June, I think, last time it was 8.2%. At this point, I'm hoping if we agree that it would come in at a 5% suggestion. Again, that's not our final decision, but it does shape our discussions going through to December when we do make our final votes on the ultimate property tax increase. So that's the intent. I was hoping we could have an initial agreement around this, and that's the intent.
Okay. Thank you. I think we have Councillor Wiebe on the queue for a question.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, my question's on, we discussed having priority workshop where council could work together collectively to understand kind of the demographic, what it would look like in this budget, what were the council priorities to kind of figure out collectively what kind of numbers we were looking at moving forward and set that. So to me, we're hoping to set a number by having a priority workshop where we collectively work as a council. So I'm wondering why we're not having that priority workshop and instead coming up with a number presupposing what would have happened of us working collaboratively together.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it presupposes working collaboratively together or going through the workshops. It just starts an early indicator of what we'd like to do as a maximum amount. But also, as you noticed in the last council vote, it wasn't not as many people supported the property tax increases. I think is important. I think it would be nicer if we could come a little bit closer together as a council when we come to our final decision and have more people support the final number. So that's why I came up with the 5%, because I felt like that was around what people were more or less comfortable with, or more councillors were. So that's why the 5% number. It is kind of a bit of a finger in the wind, but
you didn't think a priority workshop would have helped kind of get you that number, working more through this together instead of just going straight forward?
We've been through this twice now, and that's kind of the general read I get off people. So I do think that it is not the final number. There will be a final number vote in December. So this may change. Council may have, and who knows, there's all kinds of stuff that will happen through the year. But I was hoping we could at least get the canoe off the shore with this initial nod at an attempt at an agreement of a number.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Yes.
Yeah. Right. So we have questions from Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. So I have two questions. One, last year we committed to a number of initiatives that have fairly large price tags and run the entire term of this particular council. And I wonder how, in your initial deliberations of coming up with 5%, you reconciled those projects. Vancouver Plan would be one of them. That's sort of the most expensive.
Yeah, I didn't have any, as a good question, I didn't really have any specific projects or targets in mind. I just thought, again, we have $1.8 billion in our operating. This is really a very, very, very small proportion of this. I calculate around $16 million that we'd have to not add this year. It still means we'd be increasing budgets by 5%, which is quite substantive when you look at what other past councils have done and others do around the region. So I thought it was a good starting point. I know some councillors will want to be much lower than that. Some may want to be higher, but it kind of starts us at that middle ground. So I didn't have anything in mind for any kind of
Okay, great.
reduction.
And just one quick follow-up is, what do you, as mayor of the city and chair of our meetings and sort of setting the direction, what opportunity do you think exists if we do decide now on a particular property tax increase? What do you think's on the other side of that for the next 10 months, let's say, until we get to the budget, that you would feel quite positive about, that you would want this to pass?
Well, I mean, one hope is that we have a very serious look at revenues. The city did a really good job last year. We didn't talk about this too much, but we were able to increase our revenues by about 5.6%. If we could work on that again in a way that is fair, then perhaps there's no impact at all of this, other than people don't get more than a 5% property tax increase.
And we're going to wrap there because you're well over a minute, and that's my fault because I don't have a timer here. So okay. My apologies. I do see Councillor Hardwick on the queue for questions.
My question would have been just as you touched on before, why 5%? And what I got was you put your finger up to the wind, and that's where you landed. Did you think about starting with the cost of living index and working with something above that? I mean, 4.9% was what this council passed in our first year in office. And I know that the expectation of the electorate of the city was that we were going to see property taxes leveling off, not going up as precipitously as they had. So I would have hoped that we would have seen something starting from cost of living rather than starting from a median position. Could you comment on that?
Sure. I think that's part of the debate. I think we had 7 folks vote for the 4.9% increase in the first year, I think around there. So that showed there were more people comfortable with that number. We had, I think, 6 something that vote for the increase last year, which just passed. So I mean, I thought 5% was around comfortable. And again, I don't really like the whole debate about the percentages, but that's what we're in. Really, I'd rather talk about raw numbers. We have a $1.8 billion budget, operating budget. This is really only talking about $15 million, which is, it's a lot of money, $15 million, $16 million is, but it gets blown out of proportion when we talk about percentages, and I was kind of hoping we'd settle that debate early in the year so we can get down to the hard work of making the choices.
I'm going to interrupt you there because we are at 1 minute 30, and sorry, Councillor Hardwick, that was 1 minute, 1 minute 30. Are there other questions for Mayor Stewart on this motion? Oh, Councillor Hardwick, do you want? Oh, okay.
Just one round. Yeah.
Just one. Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Can I get a seconder for the motion? Councillor Bly? Okay. And we have a request to speak to this motion. And so with that, can I get a referral motion to move this to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting tomorrow?
Not doing it tomorrow, though.
Moved by Councillor Carr.
Yep.
Sorry, I should be standing. Seconded by Kirby Young.
Yep.
Sorry, I did it.
Right.
Side conversation there. So do we need a recess?
No, I was just hoping to move the motion, but not for tomorrow, for 2 weeks from now.
2 weeks from now.
Right, because we have a whole bunch of financial data coming in a couple of weeks, and I thought it would be good for council to see that first before we make this decision.
Okay. So are we looking to, we had a motion to refer this to tomorrow. Could I have that withdrawn? Could we do that, clerks, or no?
I don't think it was, what's it?
Yep. Councillor Kirby Young?
Yeah. Microphone, thank you. Point of procedure is that we refer, per our updated procedure bylaw, all motions with speakers to tomorrow, and I don't see why I would make an exception for one, or we're creating inequity for all of the other motions that we have, and we have a number of them that have speakers today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. I do believe, though, that we are permitted to postpone. Is that what you're seeking, Mayor Stewart, is to postpone?
No, it would just be referred to, rather than tomorrow, it would be referred to the Wednesday 2 weeks from tomorrow, or whenever our next standing committee meeting is.
So, to your point, Councillor Kirby-Young, right now we do have a referral motion on the floor, which was to refer to tomorrow's standing committee because we have a speaker. So we can either have that withdrawn, I believe, and the clerk will correct me if I'm wrong on that, or we could vote on that referral. And I'll pause for 1 minute. So that, yes, thank you. So just to clarify, so I was consulting with the clerks, so that current referral on the floor could be withdrawn, it can be amended, and it is also fair to refer it to a future standing committee meeting. And I do see Councillor Hardwick on the queue, so I will recognize Councillor Hardwick.
Motion, but if it's held off, whether it's next week or whatever is determined here, that will wait.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Mayor Stewart.
Great. Oops, sorry. It's really tricky, isn't it? I'd like to move to amend the referral motion to, it would be not tomorrow, but it would be 2 weeks or whenever the next standing committee is, just so we can hear the financial information that's coming forward from staff as we're making this early decision. Okay. So I'll move that as amendment.
Okay, could I get the date from the staff just to add to that referral so we have that clarity with the next standing, would it be this next standing committee on finance, to be clear?
I'm not sure which one it is. Policy, yeah. March 11th.
March 11th? Okay, so you're amending the current referral motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can I get a seconder for that amendment? Who seconded, sorry? Councillor Boyle? Okay. Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment? Sorry, I don't have this. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Point of information through the chair to staff, if I can, and I just wonder what type of information we might get back, because it's typically not the procedure that we get information back on member motions until they have been passed. So I'm wondering why we would be varying from that procedure and what that looks like, and if that's something we could adopt for all member motions, they could be referred so we can get other information back. Are we changing the procedure?
Through the chair. I believe the mayor was referring to the property tax averaging, the SOFI, and a number of other standing financial reports that come in March. I don't believe he's referring to anything in particular as it relates to this particular amendment.
Okay, so there wouldn't be, it would be any scheduled reports, there wouldn't be any additional work or information that would come back from staff?
No, I think it's just referring to the regular scheduled reports that come in March every year.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Any further questions or debate specifically around the amended referral motion? I see none. So I'll get the clerk's assistance if we could call the vote on the amended referral motion. It's just to be clear, it's referring this motion to the March 11th Standing Committee, correct? So that's what you're voting on, is an amendment.
We have to debate on the vote on the amendment first.
Yeah, so the amendment to the amendment, yeah. Clerks, do we have everyone voting? Councillor Kirby-Young? Do we have everyone? Thank you. That motion carries. And then we are now dealing with the amended referral motion, which is, again, to be clear, is that we are referring the motion to limiting 2021 property tax rate increase to no more than 5%, moved by Mayor Stewart. We're referring that to the March 11th Standing Committee. Any debate? Comments? Okay. Seeing no one on the queue, call the question. And thank you, clerks. And that motion carries. Thank you. And then I will cede the chair back to the mayor.
Thanks.
I believe. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so now we're on the second motion, which is declaring a homelessness emergency. And Councillor Swanson is going to introduce this motion. Up to 2 minutes.
I want to thank Councillor Fry for working with me on this. And so basically, I'm just thinking we can't let homelessness become normal. It wasn't normal 40 years ago. It doesn't have to be normal. We have the resources to house everyone. Housing everyone saves lives, plus all the studies show it's cheaper. So this resolution is basically directed at the UBCM and FCM to try and pressure other levels of government to come through with the actual things that will reduce homelessness and be measurable. So not measurable in terms of we made X number of units, but measurable in terms of do the numbers of counted homeless people actually decrease. The feds do have a plan to reduce chronic homelessness, but the plan was announced 3 years ago and homelessness is still increasing. The province doesn't seem to have a plan. 200 modular units and no increase to welfare shelter rates is not a plan. That was in the last budget. This motion recognizes that while cities and towns and precious human beings bear the brunt of homelessness, we need other levels of government to help us end it. So I'm hoping we can ask them to do that. I think 80% in 3 years is doable. 2 years ago, the province gave us 600 units of modular housing. If we had had vacancy control in the SROs, hadn't lost to Balmoral, the Regent, and Rawdon, and if welfare had been high enough so new people coming on welfare didn't lose their housing, that 600 units, if repeated in 2 more years, would have made a drastic impact on our homeless numbers. Pete has made some amendments, last-minute amendments here, which I totally support, which will help this motion get through the UBCM process. So I'm hoping we can all agree to the amendments and the motion.
Okay, thanks very much. Question to you from Councillor Fry. Just 1 second here.
Yeah, and thanks, Councillor Swanson. It's been a real pleasure to work with you on this. Are you aware that former MPA Councillor George Affleck appeared on CKNW to speak of this motion in absolutely glowing terms?
Not only him, but Charles Gauthier.
Wow, that's really fantastic, and perhaps not surprising, because I think is it fair to say that this is really an issue of just humanity and really prioritizing human needs, as outlined in the Prime Minister's directive from last year?
Absolutely, but it can't just be words anymore. We have to stop putting up with words as though they're accurate, and we have to start to action and the actual building of housing and finding of housing.
Fantastic, thanks.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Swanson, for bringing it forward. I was just curious if you could expand on how it fits and aligns with the province's poverty reduction strategy that's currently underway.
Well, it should fit in line with the poverty reduction strategy. I think there were figures in there to reduce homelessness, but in fact, homelessness is going up, so it's not working. So something needs to change, and I'm hoping that if all 3 government levels of government get together and make a plan, then maybe something will change.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, sorry about that. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to also say thank you to Councillor Swanson and Councillor Fry for bringing this forward. I look forward to taking it to FCM as part of the resolution. One thing that I do note is when we have previously advocated for different levels of emergency, one particularly around public health emergency with the Government of Canada, there's been hesitation around the opioid crisis because there's a financial sort of responsibility that then the country takes on for being able to fully fund and address, in this example, the opioid crisis. I wonder if you know of that as it pertains to homelessness and being able to fund the required housing by declaring a state of emergency.
So I did look up the provincial law around declaring emergencies, and this doesn't fit within their parameters. It has to be caused by fire, flood, or something that homelessness is not caused by, right? So Ottawa, when they passed a homelessness emergency, they had the same issue, and so it's basically declaring it an emergency, but not in a technical sense.
Very good. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just have one question, and that is regarding your therefore be it resolved number D, that this homelessness emergency plan includes raising social assistance shelter rates so people can afford to pay rent. It doesn't specify it, but are you meaning the province, that we should be requesting that the province raise those rates? It's not the city raising the rates, is that?
Yeah, it's for a plan that includes that.
Okay, so, but I'm just clarifying, the authority to do so would be with the province, not the city?
Yeah.
Okay, good, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Harwick?
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. So my question is, how is this different or differentiated from what the city is already doing? Which is, I know it's not enough, but if you could characterize it for me, what is special aside from the word emergency in this motion?
So the idea is to have a plan that's measurable, and it actually has a target in there, the 80% in 3 years. So that if we don't get 80% in 3 years, if our 2,223 doesn't go down to, 400 or whatever that is, then we'll know that it hasn't happened. And frankly, after 40 years of doing this, I feel like I've got a callus on my forehead from bonging it against a brick wall. But it's another bong, right? It's another bonk against the brick wall. And I'm hopeful if we take it to the UBCM and the FCM, Ottawa is already doing this, other cities will jump on board and we can get some real action, not just words.
Just in closing.
Sorry, that's the 1 minute. So we're good, and that's it for questions for you, Councillor Swanson. So we have somebody second the motion? Okay, I saw Councillor Fry's hand there first. And we have received requests to speak, so if you'd like to hear from speakers, we can refer the motion to tomorrow, the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting. Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, seconded by Councillor Swanson. All in favor? Any opposed? That's good. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're on to accessibility funding, which is moved by Councillor Fry. Let's put yourself in the list, and we're up to 2 minutes.
Actually, if it pleases the chair, I'd love to pass this off to my co-submitter, Councillor Wiebe, who sits on the People with Disabilities Advisory Committee as well and has had some direct experience. Is that okay?
I'm not sure. Right. Yeah, the mover is the one. The mover's the one. So Councillor Wiebe would have a minute to, after you're finished with your 2 minutes, to
okay, sure. So
say whatever he wants.
So we know from evidence and situations that have unfolded with ride-hailing across North America that oftentimes the most vulnerable populations to this kind of free market approach have been the accessibility community and people with disabilities. And so what this motion is directing is a two-part piece. It's one to take some of that. So the province has added a 30 cents per trip accessibility funding, and to actually strategize around how that money will be implemented. And the second part of it, and these are both to go to the UBCM, the second part of it is to actually put in very specific criteria around the need for an actual percentage of accessible vehicles, and working with the community in both cases to identify what those needs and shortfalls are. So for instance, for the accessibility community, a lot of the challenges with the lack of accessible vehicles, with how the dispatches work because they're app-based and they don't have a phone-in option. Similarly, taking cash or fare savers rather than having to use a credit card or what have you as is the function of an app-based ride hailing. So really this is an opportunity to push the province to really take a more accessibility-centric view of this legislation as it's rolling out across our province.
Okay, thank you. If Councillor Kirby-Yung, and then I'll come to Councillor Wiebe. Just 1 second here. I have to turn on Councillor Fry's mic. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. I'm looking specifically at Resolution C, and I'm wondering if you think it's responsible for us to incorporate this target of 80% people housed before we actually get support from the feds and the province, because we don't have the budget to house that many people on our own.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, we're on to the ride-hailing accessibility motion. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
But I do think 80% is
nature
is
break. Too much coffee. We'll talk about that later.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Then you're up to your 1 minute.
Yeah. I guess I'm asking questions of the mover.
Yeah, you know.
Did you know that the Persons with Disability Committee and Colleen today have forwarded emails supporting this motion that you've sent today?
Yes, I'm very happy to hear that, Councillor Wiebe. And also, I will add that we've modified this motion, and I've supplied an amendment to all the council to advise how we've modified this motion to reflect the desires of the UBCM and the kind of motions they'd like to see. So very clean with a background or documentation.
And from your work on UBCM, have you seen this as an issue kind of province-wide, not just here in the city of Vancouver?
Well, it's certainly new technology, but we do know that accessibility issues are a big deal across the province, for sure. So how it pertains to ride hail, which just really only rolled out, yet to be seen, but I think it's an emergent issue, and we would be well to anticipate it.
Thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Thanks, and that's it for questions. And would someone like to second this? Wiebe, thank you. We don't have any speakers, so we could debate this notion right now. I've got the queue open. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And I earlier submitted some amendments to the clerk, and just for the benefit of everybody, and we've sort of gone over this at UBCM. There was a very clear direction that they're going to really be a little bit more stringent about how resolutions are received. So, in following that, the criteria for resolutions is 2 whereas statements, 1 enactment statement, and the opportunity to include a backgrounder. So I've tweaked these motions, and in this case, it's three parts of adjustments: 1 for the motion before council, and then 1 each for the appendixes, 1 or A and B, and with supporting backgrounder information, which I had shared with you all earlier. So with that is the amendments as the clerk has most graciously put up on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a seconder for amendments? Councillor Wiebe. On to the amendment queue. Does anybody want to speak to these amendments? Don't see anybody in the list, so we can call a vote on it. Councillor Dominato. And that's passed unanimously. So we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, do you have anything else you want to add?
No, I'm just I'm looking forward to this arriving at LMLGA and getting the support of our peers across the Lower Mainland, because I think it's probably most important. I mean, accessibility, access is critical for all people, but I think we see it most poignantly here in the Lower Mainland and possibly the South Island. But I'm really looking forward to having that conversation at LMLGA and bringing this forward to the province through UBCM next September.
Great. Okay, thanks. So I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we can vote on this one. Oh, Councillor Dominato is absent, so that has passed unanimously. Okay, so we're at 4 minutes to 12. Perhaps we can get through the first introduction from Councillor Fry on the East Side Arts District. And up to 2 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. So this is really, when we look at the East Side Culture Crawl, which started out with a very small selection of just local artists and has grown to represent arts and makers and creators across East Vancouver, what they've expressed, and I know that they've met with variously most of council to talk about some of the challenges that are faced in East Vancouver, and particularly in the East Side, with securing spaces and with the nature of change through the East Side. So they have quite clearly asked for a designation of an East Side cultural district to look at where we can work as a city, work with artists and the East Side Culture Crawl and other practitioners in East Vancouver, specifically the East Side, to find policies to protect a lot of those at-risk studio spaces, and further to look at opportunities, for instance, for funding opportunities. We have recently allocated through the False Creek Arterial decision that there will be extra funding available for placemaking and for building community with the money that we saved on not building a massive highway through Prior Street. So there's an opportunity here to actually to leverage some of that funding and work on a policy that can reflect some of the challenges for artists. Of course, we know artists are amongst the lowest income generators in our city, and they're at the most risk. So really, this is a chance to explore what we might do. Yeah, that's the gist.
Okay, thanks. You have a question from Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, do you think that this could be a catalyst of the creation of other cultural districts as kind of a framework that would work as we look at other areas around the city?
You know, I certainly hope so. You know, what's interesting to note is, I mean, obviously we have areas around Mount Pleasant that could use this. Of course, Granville Island, which is going through a big renewal process. The Burrard Slope District, which has a very interesting zoning prescription that's like a one-to-one residential industrial, which I think could be actually really manifest as a fine sort of arts district as well. And I think that we know that Vancouver is a city of creativity, and this is a great opportunity to reflect on that. And yes, be a catalyst for other enhancements of arts districts throughout our city.
Thanks. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks, and thanks for this conversation. I'm curious your sense of how this would fit with the large amount of work staff are already doing in making space and the larger culture shift.
Yeah, so actually in speaking to staff about this, they're encouraged by the fact that this is actually part of the direction of making space through the culture strategy, is to work with community and look at specifically how culture districts could play a part in the ongoing strategy.
So your sense is it wouldn't distract, like it fits within the frame of the work they're already doing?
The feedback from staff is that it's complementary to the work that they're undertaking right now through Culture Shift.
Okay, and then my second question is about what the benefit of a district is, and any concerns about how arts sometimes encourage more speculative investment and are understood to be fueling gentrification.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's what the challenge is right now in the East Side. So I think part of this work would be to find out how we can mitigate some of those interests. Because, I mean, certainly that's a critique that's folded out across a lot of urban areas where we have arts districts and they become just tools for gentrification.
We're at the 1 minute. Thanks very much. So maybe we just quickly, someone would like to second this motion? Great, and we have a request to speak to this motion. Somebody like to refer it to tomorrow? Councillor Bly, a seconder on that? All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed then, so that's referred to tomorrow. And we'll take a break now for lunch. We'll in camera at 1 o'clock, back here at 3, where we start off with another motion by Councillor Fry about the aggressive dog designation. Okay, thanks, Council. We're flying. All right. Log out here. Sorry. Yes, thanks. us here. Hey, just to remind me where we are, where I am. Oh, yeah, we're going through the motions. Great, dog motion. Okay, Council, I can call us back to order. We are talking about motion 6, and Councillor Fry will introduce this one. Up to 2 minutes on aggressive dogs.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And so the motion before you is really to amend the animal control bylaw to add relief and rehabilitation of aggressive dogs as opposed to just muzzling and isolation. You would have all received a letter of support for this from the Canadian Veterinary Medical Association, and concurrent with that is an amendment that I supplied. I hadn't included vets in the whereases, and it wasn't through anything other than my own omission. I was really trying to focus on animal behaviorists as opposed to just download a certificate online and call yourself a behaviorist. So that's as part of the amendment. But what this motion really focuses on is the idea that is muzzling and isolation the best remedy for a designated aggressive dog? And as we've seen from other jurisdictions, New Westminster, Coquitlam, the Fraser Valley Regional District, providing some instruction and direction to the dog guardian to actually work on rehabilitating that dog rather than just muzzling it and isolating it, which doesn't address the underlying behavior issue. This is an attempt to take a different approach without undermining the actual intent of the aggressive dog designation, which would ultimately be put into place to protect people and other pets from harm. So this doesn't undermine that. In fact, it probably enhances that by virtue of the fact that it precludes, if you're just isolating and muzzling a dog, you're not dealing with a behavior issue, and if that dog gets free through any kind of human error or lack of adhering to the rigorous enforcement of muzzling and isolation, that dog could do more damage because it hasn't been socialized. So this is really looking at how we better treat the symptoms, rehabilitate the dog, and not just isolate them and muzzle them.
Great, thanks very much. You have some questions here. So Councillor Swanson, up to a minute.
Yeah, do you have any idea how many dogs this would apply to in, say, a given year?
It varies from year to year, obviously, but there's a couple of hundred a year that fall under this designation. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. I just want to ask a clarification question in the resolution clauses, because I think B suggests that the evaluation, if requested by the animal owner, is at their expense. But then it wasn't clear in C what that's trying to achieve, that prior to the determination, a qualified animal behavior should be consulted to provide an opinion in both C and E. So is the intent that all those costs are borne by the owners? Because I wasn't clear on C and E relative to B.
Well, this is really to set direction to our staff and animal control to work on it, but my general feeling would that would be a cost borne by the dog guardian or a rescue group that wanted to get involved.
Okay, so
the intention is not to burden the taxpayers with additional cost on this.
Okay, but the language didn't explicitly say that, but that's not your intent then. And how do you respond to the emails that we received opposed that are concerned about safety?
I've only seen 2.
I believe 3 or 4.
And we're just at 1 minute, so thanks for that. We'll move on to Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'm wondering if you have a ballpark of what the sort of cost would be to a dog custodian for.
I think the issue here is that the causes of dog aggression could be a myriad of things. It could be a health issue, which would require medication and treatment. It could be a reactive dog issue, which could require just a minimal amount of training. It could be a more traumatized dog that could require a great deal of therapy and work. So I wouldn't say that there's any one-size-fits-all solution to that.
Okay, and then following that, I guess I'm wondering about unequal impacts and barriers to lower income owners and families who might not have the resources for that whole process.
Yeah, and that was certainly, I think there's advocacy groups that can help support that. There is actually some inequity stuff on our animal control bylaws that I've been looking at that I would like to explore on a deeper level, specifically the fines and stuff, because typically low-income people are most impacted by dog seizures and that kind of thing. And I have some work on that as well, but not germane to this.
Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. Councillor Fry, did you know it costs upwards of $300 at Canada West Veterinary Specialists, which is one of the only places in the Lower Mainland to have a behavioralist look at your animal?
No, I did not know the Canada West price structure.
Okay, so to Councillor Boyle's point, you in researching this motion, you didn't look at the cost of behavioralists.
Not specifically at Canada West, no.
Okay, so, or do you have a cost of behavioralists that are certified in Vancouver?
As per my answer to Councillor Boyle, it would be a variety of different factors in different cases, and why the amendment I supplied you talks about a veterinarian as well, because it could be an underlying health issue.
So, Councillor Fry, when I was 3 years old, I was bitten across the face completely, had half my face bitten off. I was very thankful to BC Children's Hospital for putting me back together by a chow chow. Is that what you would consider aggressive dog, or are you talking about specific breeds?
I don't support breed-specific legislation,
Okay.
no.
All right.
Thanks. Thank you. Councillor Bly. Oh, I don't know what happened there.
Carr, a lot of
Councillor Carr.
questions.
I could turn on your mic, Councillor Bly.
Okay.
No,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So thank you, Councillor Fry, for bringing this forward. As somebody who owns a dog and also has children, I understand the many of the different nuances to dog ownership, and also have been somebody who has been concerned about aggressive dogs. And I just wonder, in your research of this motion, is there an opportunity to, did you see any opportunity around the way the city handles aggressive dog calls, animal control, and that relationship as it relates to the part of the motion that talks about owner responsibility?
Well, and I mean, I think that's the fundamental challenge here, is that we're not dealing at all with the guardian's responsibility, with training, with rehabilitation. We're just saying, put a muzzle on the dog, isolate it, and that's the response to an aggressive dog. And that's, I think we can be more proactive, more thoughtful. That's why I've proposed this.
Great. Okay, thank you very much.
thank you. And that's it for questions. So do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Weeb, thank you. And so we need a motion because there's speakers to this. So would somebody like to refer this to tomorrow? Councillor Bly, thanks very much. Seconder. Councillor Fry, thanks very much. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thanks very much. Councillors, who's next? It is Councillor Swanson about truck pollution. So up to 2 minutes, Councillor Swanson.
Just basically taking the motion that we passed last year and pushing it on to the LMLGA and the UBCM. And it's basically just to try and get strengthening of regulations that reduce particulates and pollution on major roads. And Councillor Fry has got a bunch of amendments to this that make it conform to the UBCM resolution rules. So I'm hoping everyone, thank you so much for doing those. And I'm hoping everyone can support those amendments and we can just pass this ASAP.
Thank you. Any questions for this? Okay.
Sorry, just for those at home, Mr. Mayor, it still says we're on rehabilitation of aggressive dog designation, and I didn't want anyone at home to think that's what we were talking about. Thanks.
Great. Any questions on this one?
I should maybe add that there's more research has come out that's been connecting vehicle pollution with dementia and MS, and I think it was Lou Gehrig's. So it's even more important to get some action on it.
Okay, thanks. So we don't have any questions for Councillor Swanson, seconder on this one. Councillor Fry, thank you very much. Okay, and now we can have discussion. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I've submitted some amendments to the clerk. It includes a backgrounder. And again, this is really just prioritizing this so it's appropriate to UBCM. So one of the things with UBCM is we can't have a Vancouver-centric motion and expect it to pass as provincial policy. So it really kind of tweaks that. Further to some of Councillor Swanson's points too, not only Alzheimer's, but also there's a definitive link they're finding now to autism through exposure to, in particular, truck pollutants. So I think this is really an important direction that we can lead on as the City of Vancouver and bringing this forward to LMLGA. And thanks to Councillor Swanson for indulging me working on this with her. And circulated these amendments earlier, so hopefully you've had a chance to read them and you're not just trying to read them on the screen, but there's also a backgrounder piece that cites some research from Los Angeles and from Toronto that talk about truck corridors as death diesel corridors or something really horrific like that. It's a catchy phrase, but thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I was actually going to speak to the main motion, so if we're now in a amendment queue?
Nope. We're in amendment queue for this? Yes, we are.
So I will hold for the...
Right, and I didn't move over to the amendment queue. So, sorry about that. Second on the amendment. Any debate on amendments? Sorry, I flipped this over to the queue. Okay, Councillor Carr.
I thought I was in those. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really appreciate the amendments. Although Councillor Fry did not offer to help me amend mine and my 4 motions.
That's off topic. Sorry.
But I'm speaking actually in support, not just as a city councillor and wanting to see it's not just about the city, but really thinking also with my Metro Vancouver hat as chair of the Climate Action Committee, where we are dealing with air quality. And I know that this is an issue not only as the Metro Vancouver board authorized an outreach program to actually engage people on a clean air plan and a Climate 2050 plan, but I know that the member municipalities are always raising issues around the quality of air and the impact of pollutants, particularly diesel particulates, on the health of people in the region. So I really think this is a very timely and important motion. An amendment.
Thanks. No other... Councillor Dejanova on the amendment.
Thanks so much. Mr. Mayor, I wondered if this were to pass, a point of information through you to staff, if this were to pass, considering our trucking routes lead straight to the Port of Vancouver. I'm just wondering if staff have at all heard that this would be, what would the impacts be? If this passed at UBCM, would our staff take any actions that would affect our trucking routes? And I'm looking at the end cost. Would the Port of Vancouver then be consulted first about that? I'm just wondering, because I understand we're sending things off to UBCM, but I wanted to ask that question as to how our staff would interpret this if this were to pass at UBCM. And that's something that was not included. I appreciate the amendments. Councillor Fry also didn't offer to amend my previous ones going to UBCM, Councillor Carr, just so you know, you weren't alone. But that was my question as to if our staff would be taking action on this right away. Are our staff already taking action on this? And if so, how is that impacting the Port of Vancouver and getting goods out to people as well? In and out.
May not be up to...
The point of information, just as to how staff would interpret that. Thank you.
Thanks. Just to be clear, through the mayor, are you asking about the amendments and how they would be interpreted?
Well,
the main motion.
I mean, I was hoping to do it all in one because then I wouldn't. It does depend as to how I vote on the amendment also, because the amended language really does play into the overall motion. And I think it's great that we're trying to, do our part and as the greenest city and make sure that we're meeting our goals for climate. But at the same time, I want to make sure that the unintended consequences that aren't considered in this, getting people their medicine, I don't see as being a death horrible thing. And those things come through the Port of Vancouver. So I just wanted to make sure that, I understood staff's interpretation of that as to whether or not this would have any impacts on the Port of Vancouver and transporting goods.
Okay, I think I understand. Thank you for
Thank you.
clarifying. On the main motion, it was approved by council previously, and I think that debate was had and staff opinions were made, which is reducing emissions from vehicles is very important for health and other reasons, environmental. So I think staff are implementing that motion now and have kind of absorbed that into our work plan and are working with other agencies to explore ways to do that. It could be a dedicated truck route for electric trucks. I mean, there could be ways that we could incentivize the transition to EVs through part of the direction that was given to us at the last motion. And so I guess I would just interpret this as an extension of that work to ask for UBCM to push with the province to further the work that was previously directed by council. So at this point, I don't see this as really any change in direction from what was already the direction that was already given to us.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful to put it in context and in understanding that this also will have that affordability lens and a lens to be able to, as the city manager said, have a dedicated route. I'm speaking to everything all at once because the amendment affects the main motion. I understand, as the city manager has said this, that this is one part of, and as we know, it goes to UBCM, but I understand it's not signaling that the city of Vancouver is shutting down truck traffic to the port, which is something that has been a concern that has been raised by people before. So I just appreciate the clarification on that before I vote.
Thank you. That's it for questions on the amendment, so we can call for a vote on the amended language. Councilor Dominato, there we go. That's passed unanimously. Thank you. Back to the Councilor Kirby-Yung. You're on the amended motion now.
Yeah, speaking of the amended motion, I think this is an excellent motion. I really thank Councillor Swanson for following up to the previous one and bringing this forward to extend the, hopefully, influence and leverage opportunity with the other municipalities and members of UBCM. I think there's nothing more important than health, and it's particularly worrying if people are more vulnerable based on where they live. And so I don't see how anybody can argue with that premise, and I'm really happy to support it. It also supports our move and our quest towards increasingly green transportation, and I think it's important that council send that signal as often as we can. So I really thank Councillor Hardwick for bringing it, Councillor Swanson, so you can see how you'd mix them up, for bringing it forward, and I will be enthusiastically supporting it. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And that's it for speakers on this. So if we can call a vote. This one. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. On to motion number 8, introduced again by Councillor Swanson. Just put yourself on the queue there. Well, you're the official mover of the motion, though, so...
We both are. We're doing it jointly.
Well, it says...
It says submitted by Councillor Swanson and Councillor...
And you're the first one on the list, so you introduce it.
Let her do it.
It's just the rules, though. This is... Because all the questions back to you respond that way. Okay,
so you can ask me questions. This is just a motion to write a letter to the province urging them to make all prescription contraceptives available at no cost. And the reason is because cost is a big barrier if you're a young person or if you're a person that doesn't have much money. And we want to equalize health outcomes for people of all genders. And yeah, it's pretty straightforward. I think one of the most popular contraceptive methods, an IUD, costs about $380. So that's quite a whack of dough if you don't have a lot of money. And we don't want people to keep from using contraception because of a money barrier.
Okay, great. Thanks. Any questions? Please go ahead. Councillor Boyle, you can have a long 1 minute if you like.
Are you aware? I'm going to take a page from the Green Party handbook here and ask, are you aware that numerous jurisdictions have found significant cost savings from this investment and inclusion in health policy?
Yes.
And can you speak to who else has been talking about this topic? Where does this come from? Other jurisdictions that are...
Yeah, so there's a group called Access BC and Options for Sexual Health. I think that's the name of it. And they actually have a campaign to get various municipalities to pass a motion similar to this so that we can hopefully put some pressure on the province collectively.
Okay.
Those are all my questions.
That's it. All the questions. Good ones. Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. Councillor Swanson, I'm wondering why this is only prescription contraception. Why not all contraception then? I just had to ask because, I mean, you just talked about sexual health. Prescription contraception is not the only piece to that puzzle. So I wanted to know why you were putting that forward.
I think the idea is that most other forms of contraceptives, particularly those focused on males, are free, like vasectomies or condoms. You can get them free too. So we were thinking mostly of the ones that you can't get for free.
Okay, so you believe that there aren't barriers to people trying to get other forms of contraception in the city of Vancouver?
Not as many for men as there are for women.
Okay, and you understand that those barriers of contraception also do affect women as well, correct?
You can amend it to include them too.
I'm just wondering if that was a consideration that you made.
Okay, we're at the 1 minute.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wiebe, follow-up questions?
Yeah, mine was a follow-up on Dejanova. The emergency contraception's normally not a prescription one. However, it's one that has been seen to be really useful for people that don't have the funding, and it's been seen as something that is a high theft item. So I'm just wondering if it's an option to be included in this motion.
It's
emergency contraception. Yeah.
You mean the morning after pill?
Yes. And others.
You're saying it's not.
Normally,
it is free.
It's not a prescription normally.
Oh, I
and
see.
so it's not included in this, and it is a high theft item.
Yeah,
So.
that would be good if it were included. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, that's it for questions. Do we have a seconder for this? Councillor Fry? Councillor Boyle. It's very nice of you to cede the floor, Councillor Fry. Okay, let's see now. So we have some speakers to this. So someone like, yes? Go ahead, yeah.
If two councillors are submitting this, I always understood we asked questions to both councillors.
No,
about
that's why there's one mover.
Okay, that's what I understood before.
Yep.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. Okay, so there's speakers tomorrow. Someone like to refer this to tomorrow? Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, second. All in favor? Any opposed? That's done. Okay, over to number 9. No, yes, I think number 9. All right. This is Councillor Carr's Clean Kilometer Act.
I'm going to introduce the 4 motions that I've got coming up from 9 to 12, but within this context, number 1, thinking about not just our city, but really changes within the province. I wear another hat, which is as an appointee to a special committee of the Union of BC Municipalities on climate change. And in my work there, I bring ideas forward, and many of those ideas are things that we have been doing at the city and that city staff realize are could be useful for the whole of the province and could be useful to us. So I did work with staff on these 4 motions in order to ensure that they are in line with where we're headed as a city, and obviously worked on my own in terms of the information I know was moving through also this UBCM committee. I do have, and I have forwarded to you all, amendments for all of these in line with the new instructions we have about how firm the UBCM is going to be this time around on just 2 whereases and 1 therefore be it resolved, and also the advice to give a backgrounder of information. So the 4 the emails that I sent with 4 attachments on this do just not substantively change anything, although I had to drop some. I'll get to it. But anyway, they don't substantively change things. They just tighten things up and do provide that background. So on to this one, which is a Clean Kilometre Act. I did talk this morning about the fact that transportation is one of the biggest sources of greenhouse gas emissions, not just here, but province-wide. That ride-hailing fleets, by a lot of studies, have shown that they greatly increase greenhouse gas emissions and congestion. The province is committed to reducing GHGs, as are we as a city. Local governments cannot regulate ride-hailing fleets. Only the province can regulate those fleets. So if we want to see action in terms of greener fleets, we have to move through the province. That is the gist of my motion. Also, it does include the fact that in requesting an act, which is similar to what California has done to try and green its ride-hailing fleets, understanding how massive the GHG impacts are of those ride-hailing fleets, that act would be done, or requesting it be done by the provincial government and developed in consultation with the ride-hailing industry and local government representatives. I recognize that there may be variations from region to region regarding what might be specifics in that act.
Thanks very much. Questions for Councillor Carr? Let's see here. Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yes, I have one, and I was contemplating an amendment, but I wanted to ask you the question first. And that was why this is specifically relates to ride-hailing fleets and not end taxis as part of transportation network services. Because I note that earlier motions we have from Councillor Fry did address both, and I'm wondering if there's different legislation through the PTB or if you specifically elected not to include taxis.
Fleet already in place than we have in terms of ride-hailing.
Would you be amenable to an amendment to include taxis?
If they are covered under the Transportation Network Services,
which I believe they are, pursuant to the ones that we had earlier from Councillor Fry.
Right. The language that will move forward is Transportation Network Services, so it probably is included, but by all means, I'm fine about including that.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. And we're on to Councillor Deschanel for a minute.
Thanks so much. Councillor Carr, have you put an accessibility lens on this? So, for instance, what if there were adapted vehicles for people with disabilities that were going to participate in a ride-hailing fleet? Give you an example. A mother who drops her child off at school but has a wheelchair-accessible van would be able to participate in rideshare if they had a Class 4 license to do so. However, they did not have a zero-emission or green vehicle. Another green vehicle might not be wheelchair accessible, so I'm just wondering if that lens has been put on this, or if you at all have consulted with the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee considering the Vancouver taxis' high standards with accessibility in the City of Vancouver.
I didn't in this because I was recognizing that there was another motion that dealt with accessibility in the fleets, so I didn't want to conflict with the specific focus on that, and also because the Union of BC Municipalities is now asking people to be very clear about the specific ask, and this specific ask is a clear one.
That's my time.
Around the greening of the fleet, and it is commensurate with what other jurisdictions have done, which is to focus on the GHG reduction.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Carr, and thank you for referencing Councillor Wiebes and my earlier motion that, and the fact that UBCM is not looking for scope creep and that we're already addressing accessibility and passenger-directed vehicles. I'm looking at the great backgrounder piece. I'm looking at the California Clean Air Miles or Clean Miles standard that is coming forward in 2023. Do you know why that's been shunted to 2023, and if there's an advantage to us doing this now before?
That's a good question, and I don't know why it's taking the extra amount of time to do that, but I do know that it is a progressive piece of legislation. In other words, it starts by asking for a certain level of green vehicles, and it moves forward commensurately with targets to reduce GHG. So maybe it just took time and consultation.
So it's safe to say that by us doing this now, we won't have to deal with retroactively applying to a fleet that's already on the ground. We can do this before the fleet.
That's right. We're at the start of the game rather than trying to influence something that's already underway.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's it for questions. So we need a seconder for this.
I'm sorry. I should have said.
I think I saw Councillor Kirby-Young first.
But he's second. And
you're second, or would you? Councillor Fry, then. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I just wasn't paying attention to who co-sponsored the motion. Right, so we're on to the main queue. Councillor Wiebe, is that a left over from before?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Boyle, left over from before.
I'll just say publicly a thanks to Councillor Carr for the work and the thought that's gone into pulling all of these motions together for LMLGA and UBCM, and happy to support them all.
Okay, thank you. That's it for speakers. So we can call Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. I did send in a simple amendment pursuant to my line of questioning to add "and taxi fleets" to the "therefore be it resolved" component of the resolution to go to UBCM, which council should have on their email. And it simply inserts the words that are in green for ease of reference and taxi fleets into Councillor Carr's amended language.
Right, so this is an amendment. We need a seconder for this amendment. Okay, so we're over to an amendment queue. Is that wrong? One second, please. Sorry, I'm on the wrong queue. This is a secondary amendment. So this is an amendment to the amendment. So we had the original motion. Councillor Carr put her amendment forward, and now this is an amendment to the amendment. So Councillor Fry, you put yourself back on this queue. There we go.
And I'm largely supportive of this, and it's unfortunate that it's an amendment to the amendment, because I was going to suggest an amendment just for good housekeeping, because the terminology, actually, transportation network services are app-based ride-hailing, whereas passenger-directed vehicles include app-based ride-hailing and traditional taxis. So I don't know if Councillor Kirby-Young would be agreeable to maybe even a quick recess to finesse that actual language so that it's accurate and legal.
Motion for a recess, then?
Can I motion for a 2-minute recess?
Okay, seconds. In favor? Okay, opposed? That's good. And just remember, shouldn't gather in groups of more than 6, because we're actively debating a motion. Thanks. pretty close to finished? Okay. Okay, so if there are changes to the amendment, we'd have to withdraw the initial amendment by unanimous consent, and then you'd have to retable your new amendment. So are you suggesting that you'd want to withdraw? Sorry, I just can't seem to get your mic to work.
There we go.
Okay, yep.
So yes, I would like to withdraw my first amendment with the goodwill of council, hopefully and the consent, so that I can put forward an amended amendment.
Okay, thanks. So seconder for that? Second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so that's withdrawn and you have the floor.
Okay, I have emailed, all council should, and the clerk should have now, a slightly updated amendment, which simply changes the order of where taxi fleets appear. So I'm just directing council to look at the green text, which are the amendments for ease of reference. And it inserts the words "and taxi fleets," as well as bracket passenger-directed vehicles to ensure the appropriate description. And then later on in the clause also inserts "and taxi fleets" as well.
Okay. Seconder for that? Councillor Fry. Anybody else? We have Councillor Dejanova. Anything else, Councillor Kirby on?
No, I would just add that the spirit of this amendment is just really ensuring that we're working to green all of our transportation options as much as we can. And I'll leave it at that, just in the interest of time and getting through our agenda, because we're doing so well today.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a point of information through you to the city manager,
Okay.
And that is, to staff. And that's regarding our current licensing requirements for taxis, as well as the PTB, and trying to create a fair and even playing field for taxis and rideshare. And as we continually try and balance that out, I'm just wondering if this in any way, does this conflict with our own licensing policies?
So
like, for instance, would this change? Would we even be able to make this change? I see that it looks at the provincial government making this, but I'm after every amendment we change, we do end up getting some emails. So I'm anticipating the question I will get, which is, would this trigger another consideration of the fairness between rideshare and ride-hailing?
It would really be up.
Ride-hailing and rideshare and taxi fleets.
The motion is calling on the province to do something, so they have the power to change anything they want pertaining to our governance. So I'm sure if they wanted to do it, they'd make the appropriate adjustments. But I don't see.
But if this was passed, would our staff consider this in their reports back to us on licensing taxis?
I doubt it.
I would just wonder. It was just a small question that I wanted to. I'm anticipating that we will receive correspondence on this, as we do usually with rideshare and taxi.
Actually, Madam Clerk, I don't see the actual change there, so I'm not totally clear about the implications. Is it the yellow one that you're referring to, or they're just?
Well, I had myself on the queue when this was completely, and I'm still on the same queue. I didn't add myself to another amendment queue for the previous amendment.
You're on the amendment to the amendment queue. So
okay, so I will hold that question until the amendment's voted on, which I'm happy to vote on that amendment, but I'll have that question to the overall motion.
Okay, thank you. So I don't see anybody else on the amendment to the amendment queue. If we vote on that. That's passed unanimously. Thank you. We're back to the amendment queue. Councillor Fry, do you have anything that you want to add on the amendment?
Sure, only that I just wanted to bring everybody's attention to, we did, Councillor Carter and I both received a correspondence from Michael Van Hemmen of Uber, and just with regards to ride-hailing specifically, this is quoting from his letter, Uber has collaborated with the state of California on a GHG reduction plan and would be pleased to engage with the provincial government on how we can assist the province in meeting its environmental targets. So I just wanted to share that hopeful bit of news from the Uber guy in Vancouver.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Dejanova, on the amendment?
And there you go. I have no crystal ball, but we already received correspondence. So I would ask my question to staff as to whether or not they would interpret this in any way as looking at this to be the will of council to update our own policies on this. Or if we would simply wait for the province.
Through the mayor, yeah, I interpret this as being direction to ask the province for them to pursue this work. We already have very clear direction from council from our earlier work on ride-hailing to do as much as we can in our policy development and our work to deliver a green fleet and to create policies that support greener fleets. And so I think we've already gotten that pretty clear direction, and I just interpret this as really kind of continuing to communicate that to the province.
Thanks very much. So I'll just speak to it briefly that with that being said, the province has said that there will be a fair and equal playing field for taxis and ride-hailing, ride-sharing vehicles, and I was very happy to hear that. That being said, I'm no longer the liaison, council liaison, to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee here at the City of Vancouver. That being said, I know that they certainly have concerns about losing any of their accessible vehicles, be it with taxi or what could ride-hailing provide. So that being said, I'm not sure if this will. I appreciate Councillor Carr's assurance that there's already a policy on that, but there's still no clarity in my mind if one will surpass the other. And thinking about our most vulnerable and marginalized people in Vancouver who rely on taxis to get around and may rely on rideshare if they have the same capabilities. So I will support this, but with pause, and I see that our liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee is here, so I look forward to hearing from them if they feel that this in any way may hurt the accessibility that we currently have. But I hope that it doesn't, and I appreciate Councillor Carr's comments to that. So just speaking to the amendment and the main motion altogether in my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. And that's it for speakers to the amendment, so we can have a vote on the amended amendment. Councillor Wiebe, Dominato, Dejanova. There we go. That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. And now we're back to the motion as amended. Councillor Kirby-Yung, anything else to add on this?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Let's call a vote on this one then. Councillor Wiebe, Dominato, and Kirby-Yung. That's passed unanimously. Thank you very much. On to motion number 10, which is the provincial tools for building energy benchmarking. Councillor Carr, up to 2 minutes.
This motion is being submitted by myself and Councillor Wiebe. And it is regarding benchmarking of buildings, which is enabling an ability to assess the current and standardized sort of target emission level for operations of buildings in order to be able to then move to reducing those emissions over time in reaching the goals of actually responding to the climate emergency. The motion actually is a continuation of a set of motions from UBCM. There was a resolution in 2017 requesting energy benchmarking that passed at UBCM, but the province hasn't done anything yet about that. So my motion is to move forward with that, to ask for a quick action within a year on that. I know discussions have been taking place around that. And remember that buildings account for, in our city, over 55% of emissions, and together with transportation, it is one of the two big sources of emissions province-wide. The request that I've got here is not only to get the benchmarking program started within the year, but that the province actually also develop support tools to help industry and municipalities actually facilitate compliance and provide data also to help us facilitate compliance. So that's a motion.
Thanks very much. Any questions? Councillor Hardwick, up to a minute.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. What are the time and money implications of this, please?
So really, it's about it'll be the province that'll be involved with the benchmarking and providing of data around that. So I do know that there is work that's been happening on it. It doesn't seem to be reaching the point of fruition. So that's why I've got a date of the end of a year from the time of the meeting in September to get this in place. It is happening in other jurisdictions, so we know that it is feasible. I can't tell you, I'm afraid of what the cost is, but it's not necessarily downloaded onto the cities. It is a provincial cost.
That's the point I was trying to get at. It's not going to be downloaded to the city. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks for this motion, Councillor Carr. I know we think about our GHG emissions in our own city, but throughout the rest of the province, I guess people are they burning wood and fuel oil and other kind of sources of GHGs that would be part of this benchmarking?
The benchmarking is operational, so yes, if they're burning wood, there'd be emissions associated with that. Certainly Metro Van recognizes that and is trying to move people towards higher efficiency wood-burning appliances in the short term, and even incentivizing that. But yes, it does vary across the region. The big one is gas. Even in this city, it's about the use of natural gas to heat homes. That's the big problem.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, and that's it for questions. So we need a seconder on this one. I think I saw Councillor Weeb's hands first. Now we'll go on to the main queue. If anybody would like to debate this, there are no speakers lined up for this one. So if you'd like to ask any questions or not ask any questions, sorry, debate. Councillor Dejanova.
Again, we're talking about benchmarking and just the comments recently about natural gas. I also wanted to note that we are also we talk about emergencies and crises here at Council, but we're in an affordability crisis as well. That being said, natural gas, I just would like to, I wanted to state that I really do, I support this motion, but under the way that I interpreted it in reading it was also that we were looking at renewable natural gas. And the fact that right now, our own district energy system is run the majority of the time on natural gas. So I wouldn't want to not further our efforts at the City of Vancouver to be green by turning off the taps before we realize that potential. I understand that as more renewable natural gas comes on board, and as we have other alternative fuel sources, that's definitely something we look at, but I wouldn't want to say that I don't support our district energy system. And I think the benchmarking looks at a number of different benchmarks. I would hope it would be energy, but I hope there would also be an affordability lens as well as the investment that the City of Vancouver has made to our district energy. So for that reason, I certainly will support this, but I wanted to state to Councillor Carr's comments, I interpret it slightly differently. When we talk about natural gas, I also consider renewable natural gas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I'm speaking in support. I think that benchmarking is critical as we try to move forward in recognizing where we're at and where we need to be. I was at the Adaption 2020 with Councillor Boyle, and I think one of the things that really was talked about a lot was how do we nudge each other, and the biggest way that we actually make actions happen is by knowing what our neighbors are doing and what is happening beside us and making us want to do better. And I think we would only know how we can do better knowing what we are. And so I think benchmarking is critical for us as we move forward and for us to incentivize the people that are in organizations that are doing a good job. So I'm very supportive of benchmarking. I think it's critical moving forward.
Thanks very much, Councillor Carr.
Yes, just in response to the comments made by Councillor DiGenova, renewable natural gas is not the same as natural gas, and so in terms of the addition of GHGs, it does not measure the same way. The data that would be supplied to the city, and what happens in the benchmarking system is whoever's in control of the utilities actually gathers the information and then provides it to building owners. So they log on, they find out their usage, and they do a report. And then there are targets for those building types. This one's going to start with building types that are, because this is where the motion started at UBCM, that are commercial buildings, and then go into sort of multifamily dwellings, and then move from that, so it's saying we'll move in that direction. But to have a very robust system of data is it will come from the province organizing utilities to provide that, with RNG, renewable natural gas, very much differentiated from natural gas.
You, Councillor Swanson. And just before we move on to you, Councillor Swanson, just remind you it's 10 after 4. We're on motion number 10. We have 5 more to go after this, and if anybody wants to put new business forward, that also has to happen before we break at 5 o'clock. So, Councillor Swanson, over to you.
I really appreciate you doing it.
Okay. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. I just had a quick, as a point of information, actually, through you, maybe to the city manager. Councillor DiGenova mentioned that our district energy is a majority natural gas, and I was of the impression that, in fact, the natural gas component is just supplemental, and it's really a heat pump exchange with the sewer, and I'm wondering if we could just get some clarification on that.
City manager.
Through the mayor, this is my favorite answer. You're both right.
Oh, my favorite too.
The system is designed to be largely sewer heat, and it was built for a certain neighborhood size, and the system has grown so much, and so as a result, we aren't able to provide the sewer heat. So we're currently expanding the sewer heat capacity, and last winter we had a flood that took out the sewer heat facility. So we have been on renewable natural gas and natural gas. Until we get that system go up and running. I think it's up and running again. But so that we were relying on natural gas during that period. The system is designed to be 75 to 80% GHG free and to run off of the sewer heat and only use the natural gas as peaking. And once we have expanded the facility to its full capacity, that's where we'll be again.
Thank you. Is that okay in the point of information? Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I neglected to actually move an amendment to this, which is to put the language in that reflects, again, the integration of information I did do for the UBCM. So it's very, very simple. It's just to include the motion as a backgrounder and to tighten up the, last two, what were be it resolved into one be it resolved.
Okay, thank you. So it's up there. Okay, great. So we need a seconder for this. Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Put us on an amendment queue. Anybody want to speak to this amendment? Okay, let's call a vote on it then. Councillor Bly. Just waiting for Councillor Bly. Okay, thanks very much. That's passed unanimously. We're back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, anything else?
No.
Okay, great. If there's nobody else, then we can call a vote on this amended motion. Councillor Dominato and Kirby-Young. That's passed unanimously. Thanks very much. Motion 11 is re-examining municipal pension plan divestment. And Councillor Carr, you're on the list here.
Thank you, Council. This one is pension plan divestment, so it's just capturing the language from that. I am actually also moving, however, an amendment that just provides language that tightens up, like the last motion, to therefore be resolved into one, and make sure that the background information is included when it's forwarded, that includes the complete original motion, which has all my background information on it.
Okay. The okay.
Okay, I moved my motion first, right?
Right. So the motion is moved and seconded, and now we can go to the after questions. Thanks. Sorry. So it's yes. So go to the main queue. Are there questions on Councillor Carr's motion at all? I don't see any. Councillor Carr?
I'd like to move an amendment.
Okay.
And I have supplied the amendment, and I've already explained it.
Okay, thanks. Seconder for the amendment. Councillor Fry, thank you. On the amendment queue, anybody wish to speak to this? I don't see anybody, so we can call a vote on the amendment. Councillor Swanson, there we go. That's unanimously passed. Thank you very much. Back to the main queue, Councillor Carr. Anything else?
No.
Anybody else want to speak to this? If not, I'll move to the vote. Okay, so call the vote. Okay. Councillor Carr. The vote there. Okay, great. That's unanimous. Thanks very much. On to motion 12. This is Councillor Carr as well. Okay, go ahead, up to 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This final motion of mine is on property assessed clean energy financing by local governments. Again, this is something that has come forward by the Union of Municipalities before, and in coming forward, the financing, however, focused on local governments accessing funds and then loaning those funds to property owners to do energy retrofits of their homes. The provincial government reaction to that was negative. They didn't want to see public money used for private building benefit. So in working with our staff here at the city, their suggestion was, look, there are forms of financing now that are becoming very popular that are accessing private investment funds. And those private investment funds are largely increasing because of divestment. And the divestment is quite significant. I've mentioned it to you before. Divestment from fossil fuels and movement into sort of the greener realm, including retrofitting of buildings and building of low-emission buildings and renewable energy and energy conservation, has moved from $52 billion globally in 2014 to $11 trillion in 2019. Those funds are looking for places to invest in the United States. There is now an increasing number of funds that are available using the private investment to actually do this kind of retrofitting. So that's the difference between this motion and previous motions at the UBCM. I did, in the effort to follow the newly reiterated instructions from UBCM, take out just one bit of information or an ancillary idea that had been in my first motion, which was to also enable it for retrofitting buildings for seismic activity, but UBCM doesn't really want you to do a lot of things at once. So this is very focused on this. Something is going to have to come up, I think, around seismic and some other later date.
We're at the 2 minutes. Thanks.
Yeah.
Any questions, Councillor Carr? Okay, seconder. Councillor Fry, thank you. On to the main queue. Anybody wish to speak to this? Councillor Carr?
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment.
Okay.
I've circulated the amendments, and those amendments are, when you see it on your screens, are in yellow, but basically it is to tighten. This was a longer motion, so I had to really tighten it up, so you'll see more yellow lines as a consequence of that. There was no backgrounder written, so I did write that complete backgrounder last night, so, but it obviously reflects what I just stated.
Thanks. Seconder? Councillor Fry, thank you. Oh, Councillor Kirby-Yung on to the amendment queue. Anybody wish to speak to this amendment? I don't see anybody, so we'll call the vote on this one. Councillor Wiebe and Kirby-Yung? That's passed unanimously. Thank you. Back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Anybody else wish to speak to this? If not, we'll call the vote. I don't know what happened there, but Councillor Carr, Swanson, and Wiebe. Councillor Swanson. Yeah, we had a little glitch. So there we go. That's passed. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we're back to the number 13, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I just need to put yourself on the list here. Oops, sorry. There we go. Please go ahead.
So thank you, Council. The motion for your consideration is titled Discriminatory Covenants, Language, and Encumbrances on Vancouver Land Titles. And as many of you know, land titles in Vancouver do contain historical covenants, language, and encumbrances. And while those that previously restricted the sale, ownership, occupation, or use of land on the basis of sex, race, creed, color, nationality, ancestry, or place of origin of person. And while those land titles now, since 1978, are void and unenforceable, the words do remain on documents that, particularly on homes that have not changed hands for a long period of time. And they are a very painful reminder of our city's racist history. I do want to acknowledge this was a motion originally brought forward by Councillor Marcus Wan in the District of West Vancouver that passed unanimously there. And these words are really difficult for me to read personally, but I just want to read a couple of examples of these covenants because it really speaks to it more eloquently than I can. Here's an example of one in Vancouver on the east side, that no Oriental shall be allowed to purchase within the described property. That's on Kitchener Street. And here's another one. And whereas the grantor and grantee have agreed that as a term of such sale, no Asiatic, Negro, or Indian shall have the right or be allowed to own, become tenant of, or occupy any part of the property. That's one in South Vancouver. It was closer to Point Grey. And people ask, well, why do these need to be struck or removed? Because they are painful very much for people in remembrance. And imagine if you're in the happy circumstance of trying to purchase a home and you're faced with this language. And if you saw graffiti, for example, and racist commentary that was painted on a wall, we would remove it. People say, well, you have books in the library that have speak to the dark sides of our history, and yes, we do. And people have a choice to take them out, but they don't have a choice to see that title and see that hurtful language. I have also made sure that in looking towards opportunities to work with the Land Title Office, which is essentially it's an advocacy motion, and that's what it asks us to do, that it includes feedback that came from our community, from folks such as Stephanie Allen, who's done a lot of work with the Hogan's Alley Initiative and others, to work with academics and nonprofits and for their expertise and how we can preserve this history also. Thank you.
Thank you. You have some questions? Councillor Fry, up to a minute.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Important initiative you got here. Just to be clear, you're looking for not as a cost to the City of Vancouver, but this would be the Land Title Department?
Yeah, I'm hoping it's something that the Land Titles Office would be able to look at, and that by sending the letter to multiple municipalities, be able to add our voice to do that. And I do understand that there will be a move from some of these are still on microfiche towards making those records electronic, and that might present an opportunity to do that at that time.
Okay. And then the one little bit of kind of discomfort I have about this is the endorsement of the West Vancouver motion, but it's not really in here at all. So
Are you referring to Clause C?
Yes, I am. Or yeah.
That City Council endorse the recent motion
The
passed. by West
further that the mayor and convey council's endorsement of the West Vancouver recent action, and just because it's not in this, I'm wondering if you'd be agreeable to just striking that specific reference, because I don't know what we're agreeing to.
Yes, I would like to retain that copies be, if council decides to pass this motion today, that copies be sent to mayor and council of all the other municipalities, because I think it's an opportunity for them to look at and examine. I did stop short of doing a UBCM resolution because I thought it was more specific to a lot of metro municipalities.
Is it? But, oh, sorry. Is it more specific? Is it not throughout the province?
We're at the 1 minute.
That I have,
So we'll
it's
go
more
on to
prevalent,
Councillor.
perhaps.
Go on to Councillor Boyle. Councillor Boyle, up to a minute. Thank you.
Thanks. I have a couple questions too. And one is there a way that these covenants could be removed when a sale comes up rather than the workload of all of them at once?
They can be removed now free of charge at the request of an individual, but the challenge is that they see that language first, if I'm following your question. So, and then they have to request for them to be removed, as opposed to if they're done individually at the sale, potentially. I'm not sure if that'll be the most efficient way, as opposed to when records are being made electronic, but they could potentially do that. Because sometimes people ask for a title, they won't know what's on it, to your point. They pull a PDF, and then if they're handling it, theoretically, they could strike it at the same time.
Okay, and my second question is to Clause B, which is, I know our staff who are working on anti-racism and equity policy have a pretty full agenda, so I'm wondering if you have a sense of how much work it would be to do B and where that fits into existing work we've sent to that staff.
Yeah, great question. I don't envision it being a great deal of work. I think it says, for example, that they identify any actions that they have taken. I think that should be a pretty quick
And we're at 1 minute.
report back, and most of the work's been land
Up to a minute.
Thanks so much. I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding and clarifying. First of all, I found the West Vancouver motion quite easily on Google. So I'm just wondering if you expect that just as any other councillor puts forward a motion, that we would research them as we get this ahead of time.
I think we all try to do our best to research. I do. We do have a lot of information to read too.
All right. Thank you. And this is completely separate to the work staff is already doing on bylaw 3575, which deals with the definition of a family and our own city bylaws that staff have already had direction to look at in our housing strategy, such as number of female residents can't live together, more than a definition of a family. This is completely separate to that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
That's it for questions. Thanks very much. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. On to the main queue. Anybody want to speak to this one? Councillor DeGenova?
Sorry. Take myself off the queue.
Off the queue? Okay, Councillor Boyle?
Sure, I'm happy to speak to this. I think this is a really interesting and important issue. Particularly, I'm interested in how this type of historic discrimination continues to live out in terms of racial and economic inequality across our neighborhoods. To speak specifically to the therefore be it resolved clauses, I just wanted to name I'm very happy to be supporting A and C of these clauses. And I continue to have concern about the well, on the one hand, the workload that we're sending to our staff in a variety of report backs, but also I just want to name, I've heard a number of times, as I know council has, particularly from the folks involved in Hogan's Alley, who are really keen to continue moving forward on the Community Land Trust and a number of the conversations happening there. And I know that our staff are very busy in trying to tackle all of the work, the anti-Black racism policy, the equity framework that we have been sending their way. And so my priority would be to recognize the historic injustice here, to ask other levels of government that they work on addressing it, but in terms of our own staff time, to prioritize the types of work that help us move tangible projects forward, tangible projects that the community has been identifying, and to allow our staff to continue to prioritize important projects like the Hogan's Alley Community Land Trust rather than adding this particular piece of work outlined in B to their plate So very happy to support A and C, and I'm glad that this has been brought forward, and again, very supportive of the types of work our staff are already doing to address current racial and economic injustices and how our city moves forward.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova, the 5 minutes.
I wasn't going to say anything, but I think that it's beyond racial and economic. I believe it's also cultural, because Italian Canadians in the city, at once their land was stripped from them as well. And the number is 44 Italian Canadians were interred from Vancouver. Their land was stripped from them. And that also goes to the land titles and the covenants of the past that speak to not just the race of people, but the culture of people, where they came from, and segregating them. So I appreciate I appreciate the motion before us. I appreciate the work of Councillor Wong in West Vancouver, and that Councillor Kirby-Yung is bringing this forward, because I personally, I'm not going to speak for the Hogan's Alley Working Group, but I would think that taking this segregation and this wall down is all of our jobs, and it is. And if it's still as archaic as the language is, just as our bylaw 3575, right now, women, technically, although we don't enforce it, a number of women can't live together past a certain number, whereas we don't have a bylaw that states that for men. I think that when we look at the land titles, for people who we welcome here also, immigrants, refugees, I think that it's really important that we send a message that we actually are not only not conflicting with our own policy here at the City of Vancouver for a healthy city, but making sure that we look at the culture shift. And I see this through the lens of the culture shift. So I will be supporting this motion. And I really would say it's not just, I'm not saying that race isn't a part of it. It's racial, cultural, and economic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the comment that was raised by Councillor Boyle, because I think it's an important one, and I think it was conveyed that, we're addressing new priorities. I know we have lots of enthusiastic council and lots of motions, but I wouldn't actually see this as a new priority, and I would refer to Clause 11 in the whereas, when the City of Vancouver formally apologized to Chinese Canadians for historical discrimination, and we've really taken on that work and that commitment. Just as we have in working with our South Asian community. And part of that commitment, and I put some language in there, talked about us preparing and committing to being proactive in preventing discrimination. And people still feel this when they see them and they read them. And if you talk to real estate agents and you talk to elders in the community, you can see the pain in their eyes when they talk about this and the fact that they were not even allowed to be a tenant or set foot on, let alone own these properties. So I think it's very consistent with the priorities the city has already established. And as I referenced, I don't see it being a great deal of work on the part of city staff. It's really just about advising of anything they may have already touched on or done, and reaching out to the BC Land Titles Office to see what opportunities there are with them to do this work under whose jurisdiction it falls. So I really wanted to provide that perspective and clarification on B. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I've submitted an amendment. Thanks, Clerk. And fully supportive of Councillor Kirby-Young's initiative on this. This is really just a matter of housekeeping for me. I feel that there's no reference to the West Vancouver motion in the preamble at all. And despite the obvious suggestion that, yes, I could Google it, I don't think that's an appropriate way to handle a motion. So I'm just striking the reference to the West Vancouver motion and just putting a Vancouver lens on this, that's our intention, not to send people to Google.
Okay, I need a seconder for this. Okay, the amendment queue. Anybody want to speak to this one at all? Nope. Okay. Thank you. We'll call a vote on it then. Councillor Swanson and Dominato are out of the room, so that's passed unanimously. Thank you. Back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, anything else?
All good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. And I'm just wondering if I can ask of the city manager through you just some reassurance, I guess, to Councillor Kirby-Young's point that the work ACCS have in front of them in terms of Hogan's Alley and anti-Black racism and other projects wouldn't be impacted, the timeline of that wouldn't be impacted by the type of work being asked here, or how that would fit together in terms of seeing some movement on the redress work that they have on their plate.
Yeah, thanks. Through the mayor. As you have indicated, that group has a very significant workload and very challenging work. And I'm at this point, I'm not confident that this could be undertaken without deferring some of that other work.
So I'm just going to ask that we sever and vote separately on A to C.
Okay. Thanks very much. I don't see anybody else on the queue, so we can call the vote on. We're going to, if you can put the motion up. One second, Council. And so it's C that you wanted to vote on separately, Councillor Boyle? B, okay. So we might as well just go through, I think, clerk, we vote on B first and then go to the other two? Or, does that sound correct? Okay, so we'll vote on B first. Councillor Wiebe? Okay, so that's passed. A and C. Sorry? I'm sorry, I didn't. In opposition is Boyle, Swanson, Fry, Councillor Carr, and myself. And on to A and C. Councillor Kirby-Young. That's passed. Thanks very much. Okay. All righty. So we're on to number 14, which is Councillor DeGenova. Okay. I just need to speak, put you on the list there. Okay, up to 2 minutes, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Council, we had what debatably could have been one of the longest meetings on a staff recommendation, and I was really happy with the outcome of many of the recommendations to staff. However, I have some concerns about the unintended consequences, and I had myself voted against an amendment, and then after quite a long day, I had not intended to vote at the end of the day, especially after reading some of staff's answers to my questions and after fielding those questions. I was quite concerned with how this could hurt, and I mean the exact language could hurt rental housing in our city. And the motion that was brought forward quite passionately, the amendment that was brought forward, I think did so in the spirit of trying to make sure that we protect and encourage more rental housing and affordable rental housing in the city of Vancouver. And I although I want to support that, I am afraid that this actually may hinder our Housing Vancouver plan. And not only that, it's this specific way. So the only way I understand procedurally for us to consider a new way forward is this. So in being completely open and transparent, and as you can see in my whereas clauses, I've looked at the impact that this could have to non-profit organizations, as well as to maintenance of current buildings. So for that reason, I would hope that council would reconsider this, and I look forward to debating it tomorrow. I understand that there are speakers to it, so I would refer to tomorrow. But that being said, I think we all want to protect rental stock and rental housing. That being said, I think that we need to do that properly and looking to work together here to come to that end goal.
We're at 2 minutes. Councillor Fry, you have a question for up to a minute?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So as I understand it, the original resolution was directing staff to prepare a report for consideration for referral to public hearing. So is your objection to this report for this consideration going to public hearing?
My understanding is that if it were to go to public hearing, that would be a process of referral. So it would come to us for referral, and then we couldn't speak to the public about it or hear from the public.
I believe the language is report for consideration.
It's consideration, but there's also a price tag attached with the public hearing, and perhaps staff can come forward with a public hearing. But that being said, now this is a specific option.
Have you spoken to the public about this concern? Have you heard from the public that they?
I've heard from nonprofit organizations. I've heard from people in the public. I haven't spoken to every single person in the city of Vancouver.
How about folks in the development industry?
Pardon?
How about people in the development industry?
Are you including nonprofit organizations?
No, for-profit, sorry, for-profit.
That's the 1 minute. Thank you very much.
Answer your questions tomorrow.
And
I'd like to refer it, Mr. Mayor.
we need a seconder. Okay, thank you very much. On the floor now. I have a queue now, the main queue, if you want to stick yourself on the main queue. Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I understand there are some speakers to this, so I'd like to refer it off to tomorrow, where we can hear more from speakers.
So we want to refer it to tomorrow. We have a seconder for that. Thanks. All in favor? Any opposed? Guess that kind of looked like it passed. Okay, that passed. Last one, number 15, toward best practices in civic governance, clarifying council's role as an elected board. Councillor Bly, if you want to put yourself on the list. Thank you very much. Up to 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, I'll keep it really brief because I know we're getting close to our break at 5. This motion in itself was spurred from the conversation we had on the meeting of January 22nd at the Standing Committee of City Finance and Services, where Mr. Tony Hugh, the Director of Internal Audit Department for the City of Vancouver, shared with us their processes. And in there, we established that we're a member of the IA 2060, Standard 2060, and that there is instruction there that any findings of the Internal Audit Committee be reported out to the audit team be reported to the Audit Committee and the board. And so when asked that question, it was identified that that the findings are not reported out to the board, and then the question came up, well, who is the board in this situation? So I took a look in the BC provincial website outlining the role of mayor and council as it relates to the community charter, and I realize we're governed under the Vancouver Charter, but this is similar. States that the mayor is head of and or CEO of the municipality, and then the council, of course, would then be the subsequent board. And in asking for feedback during that council meeting, it was stated by the city manager that that they very well could report out to us as the board. They've just never received direction to do so. And so it is something that I heard through the campaign is that, well, you know, when we look at different functions around accountability, transparency, reporting, it really is the role of this elected mayor and council to have an arm's length insight into governing practices, and it seems that it would be helpful just to clarify that explicitly, that that is the role of this council and mayor, to help support ongoing practices, and whether it's in-camera reports or in the public, it will be now explicit as well as implicit that council be referred to as the board when appropriate.
Okay, thanks. And you've got a question from Councillor Kirby-Yung. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for this. Can you, in sort of simple layman's language for me, describe an outcome of what you're hoping to achieve? So if this passed and a report came as implemented, what would happen?
that
Can you
we
provide some
would-
examples?
Yeah, well, in the example that I've provided already, the internal audit team would report out their findings to the audit committee and on a quarterly or semi-annual basis report out their findings to, in this circumstance, the board or mayor and council.
Can you give other examples other than an internal audit?
No, I don't know, and that's really the point of the report, is to understand, are there any other associations or bodies that we belong to that recommend best practices in governance, that findings be reported out to the board or whoever that is in that given situation. It seemed to be uncovered in this example from the January 22nd meeting, and I think it would be due diligence of this council to understand exactly where we should be hearing more of those findings to support accountability and transparency as we go forward in our term.
Okay. Would you see lawyers, like legal
That's
updates?
we're at 1 minute, so go over to Councillor Dominato for a minute.
Thank you, and thanks. I think Councillor Young asked one of my questions because I'm trying to seek a little bit of clarity. The resolutions aren't very clear to me, but I am curious, do you anticipate there be charter changes that are required as part of this work?
That wasn't suggested by staff at all, and I filtered this through our process where staff got a chance to set eyes on it, and recommendations to, as it relates to the Local Government Act, were folded into the motion, and so there doesn't seem to be any concern of needing any charter changes to adopt this motion.
Thank you.
Thanks, and that's it for questions, so we need a seconder for this one. Okay, Councillor Wiebe, thanks very much. On to the main queue. So there are no speakers to this, and so we're on to discussion. Councillor Dejanova.
Oh, that's a holdover.
Okay. Anybody like to debate this one? Councillor Boyle.
I'm going to ask a similar question I've asked, hopefully to you, through you to the city manager, which is I'm wondering, I'm still wrapping my head around what this work looks like, and I'm interested to know if staff have a sense of how much work time this would take and what else it might bump or how it fits into existing budgeted work plans.
Thanks. Through the mayor, you might have seen in our table we had indicated there was a little bit of some of the confusion that you were expressing staff had as well in terms of the intention of this. I think the example and the comments that the councillor made are really helpful in understanding the intention. Certainly in that example, it's easy to do that, to implement that. More broadly, going through and evaluating every association that we're in and evaluating every membership organization, or it seems like it could get quite unwieldy. So I'm not exactly clear, to be honest, at the level of effort to complete this work. Certainly in the internal audit situation, that's quite easy to implement, but beyond that, I'm not exactly sure. There's that, and just again to be clear, in the table we'd indicated there was some lack of clarity for us, so our law department was a little confused around the intentions in terms of what it might take to implement.
Okay, and I have one other question, which is I'm wondering, I know when we heard the internal audit presentation, there was interest from council in regular updates and hearing more. I'm wondering if that report out could happen with or without this passing, or what it would look like to that specific example. To
Yep. Okay. Thanks. Through the mayor, we heard loud and clear at that time an interest in doing that through the internal audit, and so consider that done. We will definitely be doing that. More broadly, I'm not sure what else the implications of the motion might be, but yeah, we don't need this motion in order to do that.
So I guess I'll just say I appreciate the intention of this, and I appreciate knowing out of that internal audit conversation that we'll do more on that front. And I remain conscious of wanting to be really intentional about the work that we're giving to staff so that when we get to budget time, our priorities are well reflected and we're not slowing everything down due to our own enthusiasm about everything. So I won't be supporting the motion at this point for those reasons.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks. I just have point of information through you, Mr. Mayor. It's the city manager. In part 3 of the Vancouver Charter, it clearly outlines the council and its general powers. So would you see this to define council's role and what would come to us at council in that? In just understanding what Councillor Bly has shared with us, which I don't agree is, I agree, it's important, but, and then to your answer to Councillor Boyle, I just had a question regarding part 3, the council and its general powers in the Vancouver Charter, which I've learned quite well.
Through the mayor, I can't answer that at this point. I'm not exactly clear, as I've already indicated, in terms of the intention of the motion, whether it would apply to that section in the charter.
Okay, and then another point of information was just regarding the legality of this motion. Has legal reviewed this motion at all?
I just mentioned a few minutes ago. Yep, legal has reviewed it, and it's not out of order. It's.
But under that lens of the Vancouver Charter, still not.
Legally, it's fine, as I have indicated. Yeah, but there's lack of clarity around what it's calling on us to do. But it is in order in that sense. I hope that.
Thank you. It wasn't the question of if it was in order. It was legally. Does it? Sorry, I should have. No, I should have said I was trying to be efficient. But part 3, the council and its general powers. Would this motion work outside of that process, which I understand to clearly state what our powers are and what the council is in determining a board and understanding the board is the same as council? I'm just wondering, is it separate to that? If it's different to that, then maybe we should do the work. If it's not different to that, then maybe we shouldn't. So I'm so sorry. I'm just a bit confused about that.
Me too. I'm not sure how to answer the question at this point.
Okay, thank you. So sorry to put staff on the spot.
No problem. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, and so I'll just take this time to quickly close out, and quite clearly this motion could have very much been simplified. Really, the whole purpose is not to send staff out to look for circumstances where this would apply. It was simply to address the comments from the city manager in that meeting that said, if we are provided direction to report out to council, when implied that the board would have a report out, we can do that. We just need direction. This was my attempt at that direction. That's it. I by no means would suggest by this motion, I think as it's drafted, that staff now go identify the multitude of places where they need to refer to council's board. It's more that it was part of those standards. It was not done when the question was raised. It said we just need direction to do it. When we see board, we'll just make the council the board. And that's the point of this motion, quite simply put, but not simply written. And I do apologize for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I just sent in an amendment. I appreciate all the comments. I appreciate the intention of Councillor Bly's work here. I am cognizant, though, of the fact that we are burdening our staff with lots of work, and we have a 5% budget increase motion on the floor, and we have all sorts of competing priorities. So my suggestion is that perhaps this work could be done by the new Auditor General Office, and that we refer this to that as yet to be formed Office of the Auditor General as part of that work plan. So that's as amended. And again, I do really respect and appreciate the work that Councillor Bly has put into putting this together, but I'm just cognizant of, to Councillor Boyle's points, that this is a lot of work that we're putting on our staff, and I want us to stay focused. And so there's that.
Okay, get a seconder for this one? We have a seconder. Okay, we're on an amendment queue. Anybody want to talk to this one? Councillor Bly?
Yeah, so I support the amendment and appreciate Councillor Fry bringing it forward. I'm encouraged by the idea of starting to imagine what the work would be of this Auditor General, and so I think that's a great first step. I may curious about if we can direct our internal audit committee to start reporting out, since that's already been identified and hopefully could be quite simple. Sounds the city manager's comments earlier that we could start doing that right away anyway, which would address the initial impetus for this motion, and then happy to fold this into the work the Auditor General will be doing. So thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova?
So sorry. Mr. Mayor, I think I'm just a bit lost. And a point of information through you, I know we have the Auditor General's office, as Councillor Fry has suggested that this be put to that office that doesn't exist yet. So it's just a little bit reminiscent to me of where motions sometimes went before. And I'm just concerned if it's not going to come... if it's not going to come back to us, perhaps this term, because there's no date set in there, and right now there's no Auditor General's office. So I'm concerned it's going to go into a black hole, and I don't really think that's fair to Councillor Bly, and I really wish that somebody had, and sometimes other councillors would, 2 other councillors, and then 3 other councillors would help me, and then sometimes 4 other councillors, noting there was a by-election, would help me to find that black hole and pull that motion out. But in the spirit of not having to deal with this again, to figure out what we're going to do with it if and when the Auditor General's office is formed, I'd like to ask a point of information through you, Mr. Mayor, as to whether or not the city manager, how he would interpret this motion and where would this motion go. And I think he's probably anticipating my question, so I'm trying to give him a little bit of time to, so I don't put him on the spot as much. Thank you.
Okay. City Manager, how would you interpret referring a motion that we're not quite sure about to a yet-to-be-formed Auditor General's office?
Thanks. Yeah, I would interpret that if and when the office is created, that this motion would be put before that staff person, I presume, and or the staff people to evaluate and report back to council on it, I guess.
Good to me. Okay. Anything else, Councillor Dejanova?
No, thank you for answering my question.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, point of procedure. We're coming up on our scheduled 5 p.m. finish.
We are indeed.
And I'm hoping that we can wrap this quickly.
We'll try our best. So we have an amendment on the floor.
Is it correct that we don't have the option to extend?
We can. Yeah, we can
complete.
extend.
No, but if council is to conclude at the scheduled time, then any of the remaining business would go to the next council meeting?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that we extend to simply complete notice of motion after this motion.
Motion.
Councillor Fry seconded it.
Okay, I'm just looking. Okay. But we have to do leave of absence as well, so I would suggest...
Oh, my apologies. Leave of absence, I meant up until...
Business, inquiries, and other matters as well?
I was just going to simply state notice of motion because I learned my lesson last time from the other
Just
two.
have some folks requesting leaves of absences that needs to be...
So leaves of absence and notice of motion.
I would go right up to the end of item 14.
Well, I was just proposing those two, not inquiries and other matters.
Okay, so you're proposing that we extend past 5 o'clock for notice of council members' motions and new business.
Yes, because we can put inquiries in through the city manager, as he stated.
Great.
Thank you.
Seconder for that one? All in favor? Any opposed? Got one opposed. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young is opposed. Great. So we're on the amendment. Seconder, we have a seconder for Councillor Fry's. Right, so we'll call a vote on the amendment. Councillor Wiebe, Swanson, Councillor Swanson. Okay, so that's passed with Councillor Dominato, Wiebe, and myself in opposition. So we now have a... Right. Back to the main queue. Councillor Fry, anything else?
Other than the point of information that I don't think have we ever gotten through this many member motions this quickly?
I don't know. I haven't got through it yet. We're almost there. So if there's no other things, we'll call a vote on this one then. Okay, I've called the vote. Oh, you weren't. Hey, we called the vote. And we've got Councillor Boyle in opposition. Okay, thanks so much. And we're on to notice of council members' motions. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead. And we're just reading them into the record, right? It is a hold. Okay, Councillor Swanson.
Yes, I have 3. Safety for residents with precarious status, delivering access without fear, affirming support for residents of India, regardless of religion or caste, and developing an all-on-board and raise a rider pilot.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just have one which is entitled Water in Washrooms as a Human Right with Councillor Wiebe.
You, Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. Yes, I have one motion, taking steps toward a national cost-shared universal healthy school food program.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Public amenities and DCL waiver and rental rezoning hot zones.
Okay, ask Councillor Dominato to chair while I read in mine, which is supporting gender equality and diversity in Vancouver City Council. I'll take the chair back and over to Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, mine is Rewilding Vancouver 2030 Ecosystem Restoration Action Plan.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Bly and myself are bringing or calling notice on a motion submitted jointly as the liaisons for the Women's Advisory Committee from Council on providing free menstrual products in City of Vancouver civic facility washrooms. And the second notice of motion that's submitted just by myself is Beyond 2010 consideration for the City of Vancouver to participate in a future Olympic Winter Games bid.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's it for members' motions. Just a reminder that if you are jointly submitting, it's the first person that is the one that presents it and answers the questions. And now we're on to 2 items of new business. Leave of absence for civic business for tomorrow, February 26th from 3:30 to 4 p.m. for Councillor Dejanova, and a leave of absence also for personal reasons for Thursday 27th, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. for also for Councillor Dejanova. I don't think we don't have to move the notices, right? Clerk, we don't have to move those notices, right? We do? Okay, so we need to move those? Okay, sure. Councillor.
Thanks. Mr. Mayor, I was hoping that there was a way that I could either amend this, I'm asking you if I can, or if I can ask you through the clerk if I can retroactively move something at another meeting because I will be away for civic business on Wednesday. I'm sorry, I will be away for civic business for a briefing to attend a future TransLink workshop on your behalf because you will be
So
here.
you want to know if you can retroactively
So that would be on Wednesday from 3:30 p.m. or 3 to 3:30 p.m.
Can we add those now, Clerk?
My apologies, Mr. Mayor. I was going to do a new business, but
thanks.
we didn't get there.
Okay, so we can add those?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you
great.
very much.
Thanks. So we have a seconder for that? Okay, thanks. All in favor? Any opposed? That's passed. Thank you very much. And I think that's it then. Great. So we didn't extend. We're past 5 o'clock. We only agreed to extend past 5 o'clock to deal with the the notice of council member motions and the new business, we didn't agree to do the inquiries and other matters. And we did have a little, we finished new business. So that's it. So I need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thanks, seconder. Okay, all in favor? Great, we did it. Okay, thank you. And we're back here at 6 o'clock for the public hearing. Thanks very much. Okay, thanks. Great, I've got to go.